Then.
We are live. Hello, guys, and welcome to the PS Vita Homebrew Developer Conference with 20 presentations here. For this conference today, we're going to be featuring Vita GL by Renegade, Daedalus X64, LPP Vita, Yo-Yo Loader Vita, Rin Cheat, and Quake, all by him. Okay, we're just kidding.
Okay. So shall I introduce the conference then?
Go ahead.
Okay, so welcome, ladies and gentlemen, for real this time, to the PSP Homebrew Developer Conference 2023. If my memory is not mistaken, this is our third entry, maybe, I think. Anyway, the point is, this is certainly not the first one, and it's not the last one. We have a lot of new projects to show you this year. We have many big ones as well. We have CrossCraft, for example. We've got new firmware Arc 4 by Acid Snake. We've got the Animal Crossing Recreation. Please stay tuned for that. I mean, at the end of the day, the PSP scene now is bigger than it's ever been. It's also the first year that PSP has appeared at FOSDEM. In case you guys didn't see that, I traveled over to Belgium to present Desmume and Null DC to the international audience. So the PSP now has more exposure than it ever has. And for a 19-year-old machine, people thought years ago that everything had already been done, and we continued to prove them wrong. So I'm not going to take up too much of your time. The first presentation we have up next is NZP by the NZP team, the CoD Zombies clone for PSP. Sure thing.
Hello everyone, I am Moto. Hello everyone, I am Moto Legacy of NZP Team, here to kickstart our part in the HTC event. Also joining me today is Blubsel Rule and Derped Crusader, who will, in that order, come after my last part here to show off their specific contributions since my last talk at 2021's event. Contrary to my last two appearances, I am primarily going to speak about the efforts I've made with our PSP builds to be more performant and easier to handle. Before this though, it's important to showcase the general improvements made to NZP's gameplay, and what better way to kick that off than with the trailer for the improved Nacht der Untoten.
Yep, I'm all good.
A big thank you to Jackson Clayton for making this for the team on such a short notice. To longtime followers, seeing Nacht der Untoten once again may not seem too interesting of a feat, but this refresh represents a newly adopted fundamental, parity with the source material. Nacht der Untoten, among many other features and functions, were redesigned in order to improve their accuracy. Whether it's the power-ups during gameplay you snag, the weapons you obtain, or the secrets you find, no matter what you do, NZP will feel right at home during your playthrough. Of course, more has been going on than just this over the last 2 years. I briefly mentioned in 2021 NZP's dire level situation, a general lack of content we've asked the community to contribute towards fixing, and they've definitely delivered. Dive into the trenches of Fegefeuer, explore the sewers of Dungeon, or make your last stand in Bunker Defense. These maps, plus others, are all bundled into the base game. But how did we get here? What I mean is, NZP was notorious for very poor performance, constantly crashing during gameplay, having generally abysmally low frame rates. Yet Nacht der Untoten is pushing more polygons, with more diverse lighting effects, containing more props and weapons while still running better than its previous iteration. NZP has come much closer to matching the performance and fidelity of a commercial PSP title. The rest of my time here is going to be dedicated to detailing what all has been done to make this a reality. First, let's talk zombies. NZP's zombie models consist of 4 separate parts: the head, the left arm, the right arm, and the rest of the body. The process of rendering Quake MDL meshes is complicated. It can take dozens of CPU stalled draw calls to the GPU to render a single standard model. Multiply this by 4 for each zombie limb, and now 12, the maximum amount of zombies that can be on screen at once. The end result of this? A very easily achieved less than 10 frames per second in various levels when all 12 zombies, 48 meshes, are on screen. So what can be done about this? Well, it turns out the answer is actually rather straightforward. We already have dealt with this. 9 years ago, a regression somewhere down the development had caused a hack implemented by Blubs to go unused. The hack is pretty straightforward. If all of a zombie's limbs are intact, instead of rendering all of its body parts individually, render a different, full body mesh instead. So the amount of rendered meshes goes down from 48 to 12. This decreased amount of display lists sent to the GPU had shockwaves over performance in high rounds. Here's that same test sample running 50% faster. Another large optimization made was that of memory. In my last appearance, I made some statements about the VRAM bandwidth requirements. Colored 4 bits per pixel light maps have. What I did not expect at the time, however, was that VRAM was not even being used for light maps at all. A large amount of profiling showed us that due to some ignorant uses of textures and palettes in the past, VRAM was being completely occupied before the level had even begun loading. Textures were overflowing to main memory, resulting in even slower lookups. I personally spent hours looking at a list of every texture loaded in various instances, making sure every loaded texture was justified, its size was reasonable, and nothing in the texture was wasteful. We can do better than this though. NZP relies on WAD3 and PCX formatted textures. Each one of these textures contains a 256 color palette, and then the texture itself, which contains indexes to those palette bytes. This is easily implemented, so efficient for development. However, it is rather wasteful, since these textures do not fit into VRAM as nicely as you would expect. What does though? DXT1 or BC1 compressed textures. Offering 4 bits per pixel compression, DXT1 textures occupy half the memory space these paletted textures occupy. This is because the PSP has native hardware support for this format. With this knowledge, I've implemented on-the-fly texture conversion from these paletted formats to DXT1 by iterating over the palette RGB data and converting the data into a proper RGBA texture. All of this took a lot of work, but on top of it, there was a free VRAM save I would recommend every developer implement if they haven't already, which is limiting the color output of their display buffers to RGB 565. This alone shaves off around 500 kilobytes on a typical 512 by 512 allocated video display buffer. The differences in actual color output are negligible on hardware too, due to the LCD panels on units not offering the greatest color out anyway. The last thing I want to discuss with you all today is CPU profiling. Something interesting I've noticed, the lack of gprof love developers have given, some not even realizing the lib exists in the PSP SDK. libpsp gprof was a great tool in getting dumps of time spent by the CPU in different circumstances, and was responsible for me identifying several unnecessarily computationally expensive operations present in our engine, such as discovering an inefficient use of string comparisons to check if a texture was supposed to have different rendering properties, or becoming more aware of standard Quake bugs, like iterating over all of the polygons in the level more times than required. Profiling also allowed me to recognize the time wasted filling the PSP's sound buffers, being a catalyst for moving wave processing away from internal towards SDL2 to give a 50% speed up on average. These were just the biggest advances we've made on a technical level in order to push for higher detail, faster performing gameplay, and maps. Of course, we're GPL licensed, so you can view our GitHub for certain commits that all led to this. I'll probably be backporting a lot of this to vanilla Quake engines too, in order to speed those up. Now I'm going to pass the mic to Blubswilrule, who will talk a little bit about his knowledge of Quake MDL and his more advanced model exporter that led to higher fidelity meshes.
Hi everyone, I'm Luis, or Blubs. I'm a developer on the NZP team, and I've done a little bit of everything over the years. Today I'll be doing a deep dive on Vertex swimming, and a trick we came up with to combat it. What is Vertex swimming? As an animation plays, vertices appear to jump or swim around through space, rather than moving smoothly. Here I've animated the Colt from NZP's demo release to slide left and right, showing off the effects of Vertex swimming. Why do vertices swim? In the Quake MDL file format, vertex positions are stored per frame as a single byte per each of the XYZ axes. Because a byte can only have 256 distinct values, that means a vertex can only be at one of 256 distinct locations along the XYZ axes in 3D space. As vertices move around in 3D space, they then snap from location to location. Why do we care? Iron sights. Iron sights are almost always made up of fine mesh details, and the Quake MDL exporter loves destroying these. On the left, you can see the Colt from NZP's demo release as it was modeled in Blender, and on the right, you can see what the MDL exporter did to it. Can we fix vertex swimming? Absolutely, but we need to add more bits to give the vertex positions more precision. Every additional bit subdivides the quantization grid and doubles the spatial resolution. Unfortunately, the models would now be in a custom data format and could no longer be loaded by off-the-shelf Quake engines. More importantly, this would increase the size both on disk and in memory. Given our target platform, low memory consumption is easily the single highest priority for this project. Thus, this is not an option. If we can't fix vertex swimming, can we at least control it? So if the vertex positions must be quantized by the quantization grid, how then is the quantization grid defined? Turns out the quantization grid is defined by an axis-aligned bounding box. It's defined by the left edge of the bounding box, the right edge of the bounding box, the bottom edge, top edge, front edge, and back edge. The MDL exporter sweeps through the animation, recording the smallest and largest positions of any vertex, and places the bounding box to fit the most extreme vertices. But what if we could manually specify this bounding box? We took a Blender Quake MDL exporter written by Rob Rohan and modified it to let the user specify the quantization bounding box. On the left, you can see the quantization bounding box drawn in Blender's 3D viewport by the modified exporter. And on the right, you can see the sliders used to specify the bounding box extents. In this example, the bounding box is defined from x equals 0 to 40, y equals negative 20 to positive 20, and z equals negative 15 to positive 15. With these controls, you can specify where exactly you want the quantization grid to be placed in 3D space. First-person view models are actually the perfect application for this. You can increase the resolution of the mesh that's in the camera view by defining the bounding box to exclude regions outside of the camera view. These are regions of space that the camera will never see, like behind the camera. And finally, here's a sneak peek at the kinds of things we've been able to do with this exporter. On the left is a Car 98K from NZP's demo release, and on the right we can see the same model aggressively optimized to retain iron sight details using the modified exporter. You can find the modified Blender MDL exporter on the NZP team's tools Git repo. And with that, I'll hand it over to Casey to show off some more of what we've been able to do with the modified exporter. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Derp Crusader, or Casey. I do models, animations, mapping, and some slight texture works for NZP. The use of blobs exporters help minimize vertex swimming, which is that warbling you see on the model on the left while it's moving. I also helped add proper aim-down sights that are more or less accurate to World at War, as well as positioning them relative to how they look in-game for a nice feel. I also finished completely remodeling and reanimating all the guns featured in Nacht der Untoten, which were untouched from Beta 1.1, to get them up to current standards, including puncher animations, better modeled hands, unique pack-a-punch textures, and textures that don't have to conform to Quake's limited 256 color palette. Another goal was to reduce memory consumption. Some of the beta guns were upwards of 600 kilobytes, and I got them down to under 200 kilobytes each, while looking much better in the process. This is because I focused on what parts of the models are visible, and minimized the amount of frames used, as each extra frame is as memory consuming as a whole individual model with the same poly count. The goal was under 800 triangles and under 40 frames of animation, which got us under the goal of 200 kilobytes. I also did pass on the Perca-Cola machines to get them scaled properly with the Half-Life world scale in proportion to Call of Duty, as well as a slight poly count boost to help round off the edges.
Wow, that was really impressive. So for those who aren't familiar with the format, please feel free to leave any questions in the stream chat, and Moto here will be happy to answer them. She's not in the call right now, but we'll answer them in text.
I believe they said that they wanted it in the Discord, where you can also comment in the PSP Homebrew Discord in the NZ Portable channel, and they'll answer the questions there as well.
Perfect. Well, whichever is easier for you, I suppose. She obviously wants the Discord channel, but no doubt there'll be people checking the YouTube stream as well. I mean, one thing, just while I'm thinking out loud, I was really interested in seeing the memory savings just from changing the color resolution to RGB 565. I mean, that's not a trick I even see that often. Maybe I'm out of the loop, but so many people ignore this step and they waste, I mean, what was it, 512 kilobytes? Crazy.
Yeah, I know. I'll definitely be considering that in the future.
It sounds so obvious as well, right? Like, not using unnecessary color resolution, but it's these little things. I mean, it sounds like a small step saving memory, but you cannot underestimate every kilobyte you save on this platform sometimes.
Also, the gprof tool, I didn't realize that there was actually a PSP version, so I'm definitely going to be using that in the future too.
Yeah, I received a question about performance profiling when I was over at FOSDEM, and I was able to tell them that there was a compiler there was a compiler tool for performance profiling, but I wasn't aware that gprof existed like this either. So really cool.
Guess you learn something new every day.
You really do. Okay, will we give them a minute to let any questions come through, or will we move straight on to the next presentation?
I think we can move on. We've told them where to go, so yeah.
Yeah, sure. You're up next, I believe. CrossCraft?
Yes, with CrossCraft.
Perfect.
That's shared. And presentation. Alright, here we go. Here's our presentation here on CrossCraft, and it is called The First Steps. CrossCraft was a project that we came up with about 2 years ago, and it's been me and Moto Legacy who have been working on it for the most part. And basically, I think we talked about it like 2 HTCs ago, and then we actually finally got the release on the right after these 2022 HTC in May, and I'll talk more about the development process and how things have been going for the CrossCraft team. A lot of this is a recap of all the things that we've done, just because there's been so much progress within the last year, and there's so much that we plan to do into the future. It's been a really fun time, and let's go ahead and get started. So, first off, let's go ahead and review what is CrossCraft. CrossCraft is a complete reverse engineering of Minecraft. We do not use any of the official source code via leaks nor through decompilation, and we do not accept anybody contributing who does have knowledge of this source code. All of this is recreated through either observation, wiki sources, or other means of approximations. We are basically attempting to replicate all of the stages of Minecraft's development. This includes alpha and beta versions, and as you'll see, classic, in-dev, inf-dev, survival tests, and others, which are currently unavailable to pretty much any console user. All of these are Java Edition exclusive, and unless you didn't have Java Edition, you can't really experience this for yourself. And we're also attempting to be as optimized as possible, meaning that we can run on some of the lower-end platforms here, like the PSP, the PS2, and the 3DS. We're trying to utilize most or all available optimizations, including on a per-platform basis. So, now that we've gone over CrossCraft, let's talk about Minecraft Classic, which was the first phase of Minecraft's development. Sometimes it is also called as Old Alpha or Early Alpha. Minecraft Classic was the first real phase of Minecraft development. It was basically a rapid form of development that was being developed by Notch, and you can find a lot of the versions on the old TigSource forums back in the day. And it featured a very simple 256 by 256 by 64 world. Sometimes this was even smaller, it was 128 by 128, and there was a huge option which was 512 by 512. While being a pretty simple test, Classic was one of the most popular gameplay modes at the time, and it still has a pretty active scene even 10 years later. Classic was definitely one of the big introductions to Minecraft and had a very big scene at the time. So for our first release, CrossCraft, we actually went with Classic. So, CrossCraft Classic's initial release was slightly after the 2022 PSP HTC on May 30th, 2022, and initially supported the PSP, Windows, and Linux. Basically, it was created in C++ with Stardust Celeste, and it featured a lot of the basic features that you would expect in Minecraft Classic. So being able to place and break blocks, there was basic block lighting, there was a selection of all the blocks in the game, and then there was also physics for the player, with random ticks updates, so things like grass would grow and water would flow, and if you put like a flower on a block that it couldn't be on, it would despawn and things like that. This recreated the original Classic version 0.30, and there were many issues with some of the compatibility to version 0.30, and were subsequently patched in the bug fix patch, which was June 3rd, just a week later. And the patch significantly also upgraded PSP performance and fixed many of the bugs. However, there were many more things in the works. Going over Classic version 1.1, this is the expansion update. It was released about 2 months later on July 27th, 2022, and support was expanded to the PS Vita. It took multiple months due to we were creating a brand new multiplayer server, which is classic.crosscraft.wtf, which is still up and running and it's available 24/7. Multiplayer crossplay across Minecraft, Java, CrossCraft, Classic Cube on all platforms. And what I mean by this is that if you were playing Minecraft Classic using the Java Edition client, you could play on a CrossCraft server with other CrossCraft players, and CrossCraft players could join other Minecraft Classic servers. This was one of the biggest achievements that we had in the Classic phase of development, with a true cross-play multiplayer across various different systems. In Classic version 1.1, we added a main menu just for the sake of simplicity, and also added texture pack support and saving the game. So with texture pack supports, there were many various texture packs that got ported across, including the official textures, which looked pretty good, although I can't show it here now. So, Classic version 1.2 was the next version. It was called Upgrade, and it added Macintosh support. It was released on August 8th, 2022, so about 2 weeks later. And it had a huge performance upgrade. Everything here was focused on specifically performance. So first off, we focused on frustum and inclusion calling, which is quite literally only drawing things that are actually on your screen. Everything off of the screen is basically being called out and will not be drawn. We had quite a few render pipeline optimizations. That gets a little bit more into the technical details. We had various areas where we had extra draw calls, which we didn't need. We were combining meshes down into the simplest possible form, and things like that. And then we also had chunk metadata optimizations, which would mean that whenever a chunk was generated, we would actually gather and collect a bunch of data on each and every individual chunk. And we would use that to speed up the mesh generation process, which drastically reduced world lag. And part of this was also we made chunk generation asynchronous. Beforehand, it would be like you would walk into the newest chunks and it would all generate them at the same time, which would cause a lag spike, and it was pretty bad. So when it was made asynchronous, then each and every individual chunk would generate at its own separate pace. So this really helped with speeding up the game. We also added an options menu and player name tags when you're in multiplayer, and we fixed the PS Vita chat. We'd like to thank, unironically this time, Ren for help in the Vita optimization. We were able to go from about 30 or 40 FPS to a solid 60 on 6 render distance. Classic version 1.2 was the last mainline upgrade for Classic, meaning it was the last upgrade that we would do for Classic for a very long time. So, we moved on to the next phase, which is Minecraft Survival Test. It's not necessarily its own phase of development. Minecraft Survival Test was a separate but concurrent phase of development during Classic. It introduced various mobs, combat, TNT, and the very basic survival gameplay. This includes taking time to break blocks, fighting with mobs, and a lot more. It was based on a points-based system where everything that you killed would give you some points, and obviously just try to get the most points and survive as long as you can. It had an inventory, which was basically just the hotbar itself, and there were a lot of different oddities about survival test block drops. So, for example, killing a pig would drop a mushroom. breaking coal would result in slabs. If I remember, like, breaking iron gives iron blocks and breaking gold gives gold blocks. And then there were a lot of things like that that just ended up happening that were... and breaking logs. Breaking logs also went to wood planks. So there are a lot of oddities there. And then pigs and sheep dropped mushroom blocks. And then there were various different effects on death for different mobs. For example, creepers exploded on death. They don't explode normally, and they had like physical attacks. Skeletons exploded into like a bunch of arrows that just went everywhere, and things like that. So our first version of Survival Test was released on August 13th, 2022, and we added block breaking, item drops, the inventory, and the ability to consume things such as the mushrooms. When you consume them, they increase your health. Or sorry, the brown mushrooms increase your health, and the red mushrooms decrease your health. And then we also had some physics changes, which made the physics model a lot nicer. So there were some issues where you could get stuck on blocks, and we fixed that. And then we also added one of the big changes here, which was the in-game sound effects. So there were different audio playing whenever you were breaking blocks, whenever you were walking, and things like that. The second survival test was released on August 20th, 2022, and we added every single mob from the survival test. This includes creepers, zombies, skeletons, spiders, sheep, pig, players, and then we also had a mod. So we had to do this through a modeling system where we created YAML, which is a type of markup language to describe the geometry. So it would describe, the size of player heads. And it would describe the size of different boxes and where they were placed inside of the world. And through this format, it meant that mobs could be added within about 10 to 15 minutes, each with very little changes necessary to get them fine-tuned. And then animations were a little bit more, but they weren't that hard because a lot of the original Minecraft animations are incredibly simple. So for the modeling system, we used a program called Blockbench, and Blockbench is actually a Minecraft texture editor. So it actually allowed us to figure out where different parts of the textures are to map it onto our players. And then from there, we were able to basically roughly estimate the sizes of different things based on the pixel counts. And by doing that, we were able to create full 3D models. We also implemented arrows and shooting, so you can shoot arrows out into the world by hitting the tab button on PC and select, I believe, on the PSP. And basically, it follows very simple physics, and it gets stuck, and the arrows get stuck into different blocks, and you can pick them up after a certain amount of time. Also implemented creepers exploding, and in this version we also added the official CrossCraft soundtrack, which was made by Sredny Tonik, also known as Sissio, on our Discord server. So the next thing was Survival Test 3, which was released a couple weeks later on September 2nd, 2022. We added the full combat system, so you were able to hit mobs. So you could hit mobs and kill them, and it added points. As you can see, there was a bug with the point system where it could sometimes overflow, so we got a big score here of 65,424. I think single-handedly beating pretty much anyone else who ever played Survival Test. And then we had swimming mechanics, which is misspelled, of course. But basically, when you went under the water, you would have an air bar, and once the air bar was depleted, you would start taking damage. We also implemented fall damage, so if you fell from a certain height, you would start taking damage. And then we also had explosions and TNT. So when you place down a TNT block in the world and you punch it once, it activates the TNT, and you would punch it again to defuse it. If it was not defused, it would go ahead and explode in a radius, and it would drop all the blocks that were there. And similarly, creepers would do the same thing on death. We also added an experimental weather system with weather particles, but this was cut from the official release just because it was not yet complete. So, then we had simultaneous release of Survival Test 4 and Classic version 1.3, which was released on December 1st, 2022. which added 3DS support, so you can play it on the Nintendo 3DS. And this is the last update for both Survival Test and Classic. This release was delayed a lot due to the PSP Game Jam, which was a month earlier, and we had a lot of things to do surrounding creating the Game Jam, and I was the one who was mostly planning it. So for Survival Test 4, we added modding support, so you can add mods via Lua. This adds an on-tick, on-update, on-draw, and a bunch of other things where you can basically hook into game functions and do your own custom behaviors. One of the simplest mods that I made was I guess it's technically called Midas Touch, where King Midas is the legendary figure where basically everything you touch turns into gold, except in this case everything turns into bedrock. So that was the main mod that I tested out there as an example of the modding support. We fixed a lot of the animations and we added the ability for customizing controls and more options in the options menu in general. We also optimized the particle system into being one monolithic system, which is a lot faster than the way that we were doing it previously. And then we also had some changes to Classic for version 1.3, which is mainly backporting a lot of the stuff that we did in Survival Test 2 with the sound and having models for players in multiplayer. We accidentally broke multiplayer, and we'll have a patch out to fix that as well. And Classic also received modding support. So the next step, of course, is going to be in-dev, so the in-development version. Minecraft in-development, or in-dev, is a phase of development between the Classic and inf-dev and alpha stages. This phase adds most of the survival mode mechanics, including the inventory, crafting, chest storage, and a bunch more things into the game. It also normalizes a lot of the block drops and what mobs drop as well. Other big changes include the lighting system. So the lighting system actually gets formally created here. It was actually originally a 9-level lighting system, and now it is a 16-level lighting system. And basically, we've already had working demos and examples of our lighting systems. We also have modifications to the world generation. So there were a lot of different custom worlds that you could create. You could have a forest world with a bunch of trees and flowers everywhere. There were super flat worlds were added in this version, alongside of floating islands as a survival type mode as well. This update has been absolutely massive to work on because there is just so many different things to implement, and it's not really helped by the technical changes that we are also making on our side, which I'll explain in the next slide. Our in-dev development is roughly about 50% done when not accounting for refactoring. I've been a lot more busy in the last couple months working on 2 or 3 different university-sponsored projects. And in-dev will then support at least one new system, either on the initial release or the version 1.1 of our in-dev. We're not quite decided on this. It will probably be either the PS2 or perhaps Nintendo Switch or Android. One of those 3 are the candidates currently. So, the silver lining to this is that we're going to be delaying Minecraft in-dev's release until later in May and early June of 2023. And there's a lot of reasoning why. So the first off is just going to be that we're doing a multitude of technical upgrades. The first thing we're doing is the separation of game logic and rendering code. And we're doing general project reorganization. This is called the CrossCraft core, and the CrossCraft core is going to be its own separate library that allows us to make clients and servers easily while updating at the same time. So, for example, if we had a logic change where, let's say, when the player breaks a log, it no longer drops a plank, but it drops the log itself. If we had to do this change in our client-server system, we would have to do the update once for the client, and then we'd have to do the update again for the server to fix this. So by creating one common code base called the CrossCraft core that both the server and the client use, this will allow us to basically make that change only one time. So this will help with a lot of the duplication of work. Unfortunately, this means that we have to rewrite a lot of logic into this library that is already in CrossCraft. So this creates a lot of issues when we just have to completely rewrite a lot of these systems. However, this does mean that when future updates come, such as InfDev or Alpha, we will have a working server and client that will stay up to date with each other at the same time. We're also implementing new rendering pipelines. We have recently implemented and enabled rendering through the Vulkan API as a rendering backend, and we saw 100% plus performance gains in certain scenarios. I believe currently, if we render the world in OpenGL, it's around 3,500 FPS on my PC, whereas when rendering with Vulkan, it's nearly 8,000. So we are using bleeding edge Vulkan, though. We're on Vulkan 1.3 using several extensions that will probably become core in Vulkan 1.4. So this is a very, very modern rendering pipeline. We're also working on implementing DirectX 11 as a rendering backend, which will increase performance on Windows PCs, and it also paves the way for us in the future supporting Xbox and Xbox-based systems. We're going to be using Stardust version 0.6, which is the latest update that dropped about 40 minutes ago. So it contains some breaking upgrades that will need to be made to our code. And a lot of this is actually going to be our math library. We had to completely revamp our mathematics library, which allows us to actually use PS2 because our previous mathematics library was not compatible with the PS2 at all. So this will actually help us with some of the PS2 support as well. And then there's the double time optimization branch, which I'll be talking about in my Stardust presentation, which will require a couple minor refactorings for our code base, but it could offer a very substantial gain in performance on pretty much all platforms that support some degree of asynchronous rendering or multi-threading, which the PSP also is included in that. So beyond InDev, we've got to think about the rest of the things that we're going to be doing this year before the next HTC. The next step is going to be InfDev, which is Infinite Development, which will be released probably in Q3 of 2023. InfDev is a phase of Minecraft development with infinite world support. In the case of our code base, we're going to be making it in a way that is scalable and flexible, so InfDev will be able to work on PSP, PS Vita, and PS2. InfDev ironically decreases the amount of resources required to run the game in terms of the actual RAM that we need to run the game. And this is very helpful for a lot of systems, because for classic and InDev based worlds, you basically have the entire world loaded into RAM, which is kind of absurd when you have giant worlds. So in terms of having an infinite world, you only actually care about what you're actually near. So you don't have as much stuff that's loaded into RAM, which allows us to have a much faster, or we have a lot more breathing room for stuff that we can implement. Should we succeed in our endeavors, we will actually be the first complete infinite generating Minecraft on the PlayStation Portable, the PlayStation Vita, and the PlayStation 2. The PlayStation Vita's world size is limited, so this would actually be the first quote-unquote infinitely generating world as well. The next phase would also be Alpha. So Alpha is perhaps the most iconic form of older Minecraft versions. It has many subversions that added huge features, and it was marked by rapid development and feature implementation by Notch, because Notch would have Secret Friday updates where every week he would add something completely new to the game. So I remember Redstone was added basically in an entire Secret Friday update, just casually in a week. And it'll be a bit tricky on our side because creating multiple versions of Alpha will result in splitting up code and will likely result in bugs in certain versions that did not exist in the originals. And this is an issue because, for example, if we wanted to recreate classic version 1.0.15 or something very specific, we would have to have a specific release for version 1.0.15. And we're considering a compatibility mode that would disable specific features based on a selected version, although this creates even more caveats on how this would work. Alpha would probably be likely released either at the end of 2023 or by PSP HTC 2024. And then the next step for beta and beyond, we're currently not worrying about that as it's really far outside of the current 1-year time frame. We wouldn't be able to guarantee anything, but if development continues, the official release would be out by at least the end of 2024. To the supporters, thank you guys for believing in us, staying around, and creating an amazing community. You all have been instrumental in the creation and development of this game, and we couldn't have done it without the help and suggestions of our community members. This has honestly been one of the most enjoyable projects to work on in my life, and I thank you guys so much for staying around. So, any questions?
I actually do have one or two questions while we're here, and while the chat, of course, catches up. So, I suppose the first question, actually, I'll combine it into one main question. So,
Okay.
you mentioned that you're bringing it to PS2 as well as Windows, Linux, and PSP. So, what's the motivation for choosing your platforms, and are you looking to bring it to any other platforms in future?
Okay, so for the motivation for choosing platforms is really just we want to hit a lot of the older consoles, and PS2 is one that we've been considering and working on for quite a while at this point. I have a physical PS2, and I think it would be really cool to play it. A lot of the motivation behind just choosing platforms is more so that we want to spread it to pretty much almost all of the legacy old platforms that we can do. So we just want to try to reach everything as much as possible. So that's that. And then for future platforms, like I said, so we have Windows, Linux, Mac, PSP, PS Vita, and 3DS. So you mentioned PS2. We also were considering Nintendo Switch, Android, and then we're also considering the Wii, Nintendo Wii, and then I think there's one or two more that I'm missing here. Xbox, we want to try to get Xbox 360. I'm not sure if we're going to do the Xbox original, but maybe that might be a consideration. And then maybe we can look at PS3. That was the other one. PS3 is also the other one that we want to look at. For the more modern platforms, we're not so sure for PS4 and it's PS4 and the Xbox One, I think it is. I don't really know much about Xbox, so that's all I can say.
I mean, actually, the Xbox One would be a really interesting candidate because if you actually might not know this, but the Xbox One has a dev mode, so you can load your code on without needing to break the system open. So it could be a really interesting candidate in that respect.
Wow, that's very nice.
Yeah. And while I'm kind of on this train of thought, you wouldn't consider, say, the Dreamcast or 3DS, but maybe you did mention 3DS?
We're already on the 3DS, yes.
Oh, sure, yeah. How about the Dreamcast then? Because that was on the tip of my tongue.
The Dreamcast is probably not going to be supported. It has, if I remember correctly, it's like 16 megabytes of RAM.
16, yeah.
And I believe our current system uses almost like 16 megabytes already for just the world and meshes and stuff like that.
Right.
But
I had a feeling that
it's between 16. It's between 16 and 32. So unfortunately, I don't think that works. And then we also considered GameCube, but the GameCube has like it has like 24. But I remember hearing that some part of it was a different address mode or something. I'm not necessarily sure about on the GameCube, but it would definitely be pushing the limit.
There's a few additional megabytes on the GameCube. Yeah, I think it's the ARAM has a bit of extra memory, but you're still looking at just under 32 megs.
Yeah, so at least 32 megs is probably around where it's capable. And then we also don't know much about the performance specs on the GameCube. At least I don't currently. So I'm not.
In terms of raw performance. Oh, sorry. Yeah, go on.
No, you go ahead.
Okay, sure. I was just going to say that the GameCube would probably have similar like compute performance to something like the PlayStation 2, maybe slightly faster, but I'd say memory again is the issue you're going to come back to.
Yeah, because just storing the world is like in and of itself one of the largest problems of Minecraft.
Right. So I'm going to go to the chat here, just with one or two other questions here. It's mostly about platform support here. The two questions I'm going to highlight here, Ninja Weedle says, is there going to be some sort of launcher or way to organize all these different versions on one device? and a few people are asking about the Wii U as well.
Okay, so for alpha and beta, I think we would consider doing something like that for a launcher or having like a hub, where you could select the different versions. Mainly because alpha and beta have so many different, they just have so many different subversions that we would be trying to target that we would probably have to deal with that. As for the other versions, so for example, InDev, InfDev, Survival Testing Classic, those are only 4 different versions, so we're not going to consider a launcher for that. Maybe one day we'll just do one giant launcher, but for now, let's just consider for alpha and beta would have alpha, beta, and obviously the official release would have that. And then for a Wii U port, yeah, Wii U would probably be on the list as well. I haven't officially added it to the list, but yeah, that would definitely be something that we would consider. Because if we're gonna run on the Wii, we might as well go for the Wii U at the same time.
Yeah, I mean they're both dev kit PPC at the end of the day. I think
Yeah.
even if you compiled it for the Wii, it's gonna run on the virtual Wii inside the Wii U anyway. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so you would already have it basically, but just having a native version would perform probably better.
Yeah, and you get the benefits of high resolution. You might even be able to use the gamepad, that kind of thing.
Yeah, definitely. Oh, yeah, that would be really cool to have on the gamepad.
Yeah, I'd love to, because the original, I don't know if you know this, but the Minecraft port for Wii U, it basically doesn't use the gamepad. You can switch the screen between the gamepad or the TV, and that's it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's also a consideration for the 3DS as well. So we are considering doing a specific UI for the 3DS because we currently only use one screen. So that would be that. We also have other things planned for the 3DS. We have a known performance issue that we're going to be working on, which causes it to be a lot slower than it should be. And then we also have concerns for C-Stick support and a couple other things that we have marked down as issues that we will be working on.
I suppose if you already have the blocks in place, no pun intended, for the 3DS, you could easily put that onto the gamepad or whatever. But I'm not trying to get, bogged down in what ifs or theoretical ports.
Yeah.
Derp Crusader did have one other question, by the way.
Okay.
Just before we get too sidetracked. At some point, there was no air control, which made jumping up blocks difficult. Has that been changed since Classic? I'm not quite sure what the...
So I think what he meant, so this was actually a bug that was in like version 1.0 or 1.1 of Classic that was patched very quickly with version 1. I think it was version 1.2 that fixed it, where basically if you collided with a block, if you were colliding with a block or something and then you jumped, you wouldn't have any air control, but that has definitely been fixed. I know that for certain. That bug has definitely been fixed since like Classic 1.2 or 1.3 or something like that. And no, I feel like that might have been a 1.1 bug that got fixed in 1.2. I remember this bug specifically, but I think it definitely has been fixed.
Okay, I think that's all the questions, unless I'm mistaken.
I have one question.
Oh,
sure.
Hey, Rit, have you seen the Cav AX on Wii?
Yeah, I have. It's really cool. It's really cool. I wonder. I guess I have more questions about it, but that would be more so about the code and stuff. I have questions about, was it based on TrueCraft because it's beta 1.7.3, and TrueCraft was an open source recreation of beta 1.7.3. And I was wondering if that was what they ported, but I have no clue beyond that.
Yeah. Do you plan on like going to the other consoles that are like that don't have the proper amount of RAM, so you can like experiment with it and push the limits and try to implement your game at some point? Like you cannot port fully, but you can port a part of it, and it's gonna be like something small, not the full CrossCraft,
That might be a consideration for some of the experimental stuff, but that probably wouldn't be like one of the main focuses, at least for now.
Yeah. Like after the major releases, when you got the time,
Yeah, that might be a consideration.
It's like a side quest.
Side quest after the
Yeah,
main
like,
story. Yeah.
like ported to 3DS or whatever that has like less than 32 megabytes of RAM, and you just simply put a creative mode, and that is it.
Yeah, fair enough. Or
And
yeah, just port
people
classic.
are happy.
Yeah, port classic or something over.
There
here's
is one other
CrossCraft.
question I'm seeing.
Yes.
Moto Legacy and Claude have been asking about Cross Night,
Oh
or
no.
why Minecraft and why not Fortnite for the PSP.
I'm not very certain how we're gonna do a 100 player. How are we gonna do a 100 player battle royale on a PSP?
It's a challenge.
Well,
It's a challenge.
we can go to 16 players.
16 players, okay, and then we have it be
maybe,
ad hoc
maybe
mode.
maybe less.
Maybe have it be ad hoc mode. Get your boys to show up with a
4 players ad hoc mode battle royale.
Oh yeah, there are some actual questions here just before we finish. At what time is the port planned for PS2? Will it be full-fledged? And is there already a porting toolkit or porting tools? The other question is, what is the proper amount of RAM at the moment?
Okay, so the time for the port planned for the PS2. So a lot of it is just that I don't have personal time to necessarily guarantee that we can do a PS2 port at least within the next 2 months. But so I don't know necessarily having a time frame on that. It will be a full-fledged port. Usually what CrossCraft has done for ports in the past, and will probably do with the PS2 as well, is that the first patch where a platform gets added, the platform usually has a lot of bugs and a lot of issues, and of course it gets usually super focused on and optimized in the next patch. So if that was added in, so for example, if the PS2 gets added in version 1.1 of InDev, version 1.2 of InDev would be the most polished version for the more polished version, basically. So that's happened with the PS Vita. So the PS Vita, when it was added in 1.1, had some issues, and it got optimized in 1.2. 3DS, for example, got added in Classic version 1.3 / Survival Test 4, and we're working on improving that for the next version for InDev. Whether we're doing a pre-release InDev like version 0.9 or something, or we're doing the full release version 1.0, it will be improved there. So you can expect the same thing on PS2, is that the first version is just, it works on the PS2, and the second version would be, it feels a lot better on the PS2. So it would be a full-fledged port. Second one is, there's one more question. Is there already a porting toolkit? So for what we've had most of the... So one of the things that we were changing, I mentioned it with Stardust, is that we had the mathematics library wouldn't compile on the PS2, so we had to rewrite the entire mathematics library, and that was one of the big changes that's still going through. So for example, we're still working on things that are actively going to PS2. I remember most of the things actually build for the PS2 for Stardust, although it's not been tested completely yet. I think the only remaining issue is what type of graphics we're going to do, whether we have to roll our own graphics or if we're going to use PS2 GL, which I believe is the project there. We might try to use PS2 GL initially, and if we have to roll our own, we will probably have to have PS2 be a slightly later release. That's really dependent on that progress. And then the other question you had was the proper amount of RAM for Minecraft? That's right. So for a 256 by 256 by 64 world, where each block takes 1 byte, that's 4 megabytes of RAM already. So that's your minimum. For InDev, we have lighting data, which is I believe it's like a total of 1.5 or 2.5 bytes or something like that. Or it's 2 bytes total or something like that. It's around there. But basically, what ends up 2.5 bytes total. Yeah, it's 1.5 bytes for lighting data. So it's 2.5 bytes total. So 2.5 total. So it's around like 10 megabytes. So we have 10 megabytes dedicated to the world. You have to consider how much room the meshes take. The meshes, at worst, have a lot higher, have a very high top end, but on average they're around like 256 kilobytes maybe for each mesh. I haven't profiled it super in depth. So like 16 megabytes is the minimum for the data side of things, not including the application itself and not including the textures or anything else like that. So once you get into there, it is like pushing that 24 megabytes. So that's about the proper amount of it for currently. For Infinite Worlds, InfDev Plus, what's actually more interesting is that you don't have that 4 megabytes or 10 megabytes total of RAM. You have it based on a per chunk basis. So that's where you can expect, if we were going to do Infinite Worlds would be the easiest one to port onto the lower RAM consoles. At least in terms of RAM. If they have the other question, of course, is the processing power, but that's that.
Sure. I think that's all the questions now.
Okay.
I think so. I think people saw you porting Minecraft to the PSP, and they saw you as like the savior who could port all the new games to PSP.
Oh my
I
gosh.
see Red Dead
He's
Redemption
the
2 there.
chosen one.
I see Spider-Man. I see Ragnarok.
God of
Maybe
War
one day,
Ragnarok.
brother.
What about Elden Ring?
Hogwarts
Maybe.
Legacy on PSP right now. Come on.
Oh, of course, of course.
You guys can do it. I know.
All right.
Okay, what's up next? Is it the Regen presentation? Have we actually got that yet?
Regen has not submitted yet, so we'll skip it for
straight on then.
for now. And if he doesn't get it by the end of the presentation, then that sucks. But
Is what it is, I guess. Yeah.
what is the next one? I will defer the Animal Crossing recreation for now. Does TBS want to go with the K-On translation? I've seen a lot of people want to talk about that.
Yeah. That's a
Sure.
good place to go.
I'm ready.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that then.
All right. Yeah, that's correct. Yeah. All right. Well, first I must apologize because of copyright reasons. The audio has been replaced by MIDI files, which doesn't sound great, but you still get the idea. So, here's the trailer for K-On After School Live. All right. Don't worry about getting the link now. I'll display it at the end of the presentation as well. But yeah, that's the trailer for the translation project I've been working on for, well, the past 3 years now. I'll switch back to the presentation itself. So, firstly, you might have seen it in the trailer already, but what is K-On After School Live? It's a rhythm game for, well, the PSP, obviously. It's also for the PS3, but the PS3 version is basically just the PSP version in a new coat of paint with higher quality textures, but the executable is still a PSP game. It's based on, as you might have guessed from the name, the K-On anime, which is also based on music, so it comes as no surprise that it's a rhythm game. This project has been a long time in the making. It started all the way back in 2020, as you can see from the screenshot, and initially I didn't have any intent to translate it at all. Yaladre came to me originally, asking like if I could help him edit the rhythm game sections in the game, right? Add new songs, different songs, stuff like that. So it looked like a fun project, and I started on that. And then I spent like 1.5 years just every now and then working on it, reverse engineering all the files, and eventually someone came to me like, "Oh, what are you going to do with all that work?" And you're going to make an English translation for it. And that's basically when I decided, oh yeah, I am going to make an English translation for it. Now, it's been almost 13 years now, I think, since the game has been released. And in that time, no, we're not the first ones to translate it. There have been, I know of at least one PPSSPP texture pack for the game. What a texture pack is in this case is the emulator looks at all the textures loaded into memory, and if the hash of a texture matches one in the pack, it'll replace it with the texture from the pack, which is really cool and a pretty low barrier to entry way to change textures in a game. But it has its limitations, because if, say, we use a font texture and then we take the first character from that and the third character and then put them in a row, we can't just replace the text. We need to replace the character. But if we do that with a different language, then if it might say ABC, or we use the Japanese characters for that, right? If it says that, we can replace the font with the alphabet. But what it says there will still be Japanese. So in that sense, we cannot really translate it. So what our translation does is it takes the ISO file, completely unpacks all of the files into common formats like PNG, TXT, stuff like that. And then we apply an edit to that TXT file, PNG file, and then we pack the game back into the ISO file. So we modify the game at the file level, which allows us to add full event translation of the over 50 events that are in the game, some of which are directly from the anime, others are original or tutorials and stuff like that. We have full menu translation, so not just the big buttons on the main menu, but also all of the outfits and stuff like that. And, which is the most important one for me, it's a rhythm game. Delay is really bad. It really hurts the experience, so we can play this now on real hardware, which is honestly the biggest feature that I like about it. Now, all of that is not easy, because otherwise everyone would be doing it. This game has, well, I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say that this game has a dozen custom formats, which are formats used in either only this game or maybe like 2 or 3 games from Sega, but I only know that these formats are used in this game specifically. It has several archive layers. You should think of those as like zip files, but proprietary. And they're all different. So it's a whole big mess to get that done. And then once you get through those archives, you've got proprietary bytecode for events. So it's kind of like compiled code, but for managing how events play out and where the text gets displayed and where the characters move and all that. And then there's 3 text renderers, 3 different ways that the game uses to render text. And for all of them, I have to write tools to manage that and, unpack it, pack it back in, stuff like that. It's a lot of work, but it's also quite fun. But that's why it's taken so long to do all of this. But then about that patch, how is that managed? Well, there's 2 steps in the process, really. The first step, you don't have to do. That happens at my computer, and that is generating the patch. I just have on my hard drive a folder with a bunch of GIMP files, PSD files, and Python scripts, and also TXT files with the events. And using Python scripts, right, we can use GIMP's awesome interface to do all kinds of operations. So we have a system where we don't want to use any copyrighted content from the game. So we only add, or replace rather, the parts that need to be translated. So in GIMP, I have a layer called the mask layer. And then what the Python script does is it basically cuts out everything else from the image and only gets the part that needs to be replaced. And then the text generators as well to generate the events. Those are also in that first step. Now, the second step, which is what you'll be using if you're running the installer, more on that later, is that I wrote a tool called T-Time Tools for that, which is written in C++, and it uses Lua for scripting. And this is the program that will fully unpack your game, change everything up, and then pack it back into the ISO file. And the cool thing about this method of doing things, right, unpacking it and packing it back in, is that it allows you to just decide, I don't want this part to be translated, or say you're used to switch buttons, right, where the X button is at the top instead of the bottom. And this is the only rhythm game that you play on your PSP. So it's really confusing when you switch between the two. What you could do with this method is simply have an option like replace the PSP buttons, but then like put the switch buttons in there instead. And then the rest of the patch will still be the same. You can just change that one part and it will still patch within a few minutes. You don't have to download anything else. And that's what I really like about it. So you can really customize your game just the way you want it. But that comes with a dilemma, because there's 3 major things that I would have liked this translation to have. Firstly, that's a hard rule: no piracy. Anyone should be able to download the patch, apply it to their game, the one they already own, without having to download anything, any copyrighted content, because I can't host it anywhere if that's the case. Secondly, no executable to run, because ideally you wouldn't have to run a random executable file that I sent you, right? It's not that great. And thirdly, no large files. Why that is, we'll see later, but ideally you'd keep it as small as possible. Unfortunately, due to how everything's been managed, I can only use 2 of the above at the same time. So instead of giving up on one of them, I just give you 2 options. Both of them don't have piracy, but one of them is, an executable file, and the other is a large file. So what the installer does, which I mentioned a bit back, is this is the program that has the T-Time tools in it and lets you customize all of the individual parts. Downside is it has to run an executable to do that, and it also only works on Windows and Linux, because I don't have a Mac. I don't really think it's that easy to get working on Android, and especially not on iOS. So those platforms are out for this. But it has a very small footprint, 60 megabytes, and indeed you can disable or enable specific parts. The second option, which is great for if you don't have Windows and Linux or you don't trust me, is the XDelta method. This is a large file, 800 megabytes, which is not really anyone's fault. It's just due to how XDelta works. It looks for changes between the original file and the changed file, But because the game is completely unpacked and repacked, the small differences between how it's compressed and how the files are laid out means that it cannot really get a good mapping between the two. So it's a very large file. That will always have the entire patch, and there's no options, so it's always the default options you'd get, which is a bit sad, but oh well. The biggest upside of this is you can run it on any platform that has an X-Delta patcher. So Mac, I haven't looked into it, but I believe Android has one as well. So if you don't have access to a Windows or Linux machine, you'll still be able to apply the patch yourself. That doesn't mean that the translation's done now. In the short term, I'd like to work on adding customizability. Like, for example, those Switch buttons or Xbox buttons, stuff like that is not in the game yet. The original goal of this entire endeavor, which was to have a chart editor, that's not here yet. So I'd like to add that one as well. And something I would have loved to do for the presentation, but just simply didn't have time to do, is to document some of the formats in video form, using nice explanations on how the formats work internally and stuff like that. Because I think that would be really great for people looking to learn how to get into reverse engineering. And long term, a full song editor, that would be a great thing to have, but it requires a lot of extra reverse engineering work, which I'm not sure I have the time for at the moment. So yeah, long term. And that's one thing I haven't mentioned yet. Unfortunately, there are 3 menu pop-ups, only 3, which have not been translated because the game uses a 4th way of rendering text, which I simply cannot change using just the files. I would need to dive deep into the executable of the game, which I have done, but simply not been able to find anything. It uses the executable of the game to individually pick out characters in those menus to place on the thing. So I cannot change that via the files, which is unfortunate, but should be fixable in the future. That's about everything I have. Here's a list of everyone who's worked on the project. Well, I started with it, and then later, Wonder came up to me and asked to help with the texture editing. So he's done most of the texture edits you'd see. He also translated some of them, and yeah, all the menu edits are his. Secondly, King Sizzle joined. He's done pretty much all of the events. He made the trailer you saw a bit at the start of this presentation, and some minor edits as well. And then Quackercats has playtested the game a bunch, so I'd like to thank him as well. And that's all I have for you today. Grab the game if it interests you, or just, talk about it. If you have any issues, you can join the Discord, and I'll be happy to help you tomorrow after I sleep. So, yeah, thanks for listening. Are there any questions?
Let's see. Yeah. Well, sorry, I was letting the chat catch up for a bit. But yeah, if you have any, go ahead.
Yeah. So the first one is the system open source by Origami K? I believe it's referring to the patching and translation system that you were describing earlier in your slides.
The Tea Time Tools program that I used or made for this, yes, that is open source. You can grab that. I'll be happy to help as well. I should have mentioned this actually, but if there's interest in translating the game to other languages, it's now a lot easier because all of the reverse engineering has been done. So yeah, that's definitely possible. And you can grab, it's on my GitHub under github.com/framebreeze/teatimetools or something. But yeah, you should be able to find it from my profile.
Nice. Another question we have here is, does this work on the disc version from Trilkira?
The disc version, as in, well, no. You need to basically copy the game off your PSP right to your computer, change it, and then put it on your memory stick. I haven't found out how to decrypt the file they use like to install to the memory stick. So unfortunately, you'll need to have the entire game on your memory stick to play it.
All right.
But
Yeah,
yeah.
go ahead.
No, I mean, it's a lot faster if you're on most memory sticks, anyways. Especially if you have like an SD to memory stick adapter. That's way faster. So yeah.
We had a comment here from Claude about that was just saying I really like that you had the two different options, the referring to the installer and the X Delta.
Oh yeah, I've noticed that in the past. It's not really a problem for me anymore, but well, I just like to have, some more options when it comes to that. Sometimes you don't quite like the default settings they have, and it's great to be able to customize the game a bit.
PSP Homebrew asks, where can I download? I believe you're seeing the link on your screen right now at
Yes, good.
framebreeze.github.
Go to frame-breeze.github.io/K-On, and you'll see a nice site with tutorial videos, written tutorial guides as well, and the downloads you need for the installer and the XDelta files.
Hey, Origami K asks, can this be used to patch any game that is not K-On?
No, no. This is very specifically for K-On. There are some more common formats. For example, the ISO format. Yes, you'll be able to unpack any ISO game with this, but the formats inside the ISO file, not all of them. I have implemented ISO and CPK. Those are very common on PSP games, but the other formats are pretty much just specific to K-On. So any other games would be pretty tough.
All right. I think Slendy asked, is it possible to burn this onto CD? And I think I'll answer this. Probably not, because UMD burners are exceedingly rare to come across. And if you have one, I think a lot of people would be interested. But unfortunately,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
If you manage to get that working, please do get in touch, because I'd love to see that. But yeah.
Slistrel asks, what game is next to be translated? Do you have any future plans, I guess?
That's a good one. I've looked into, well, during the time that I was actually looking or working on this game, I originally had the idea to translate the Lucky Star game, the visual novel for it, but that's already been done by someone else in the time it took me to do this game. So maybe Space Fisherman for the PS2.
Okay. And then Julio Uribe, sorry if I butchered your name, said that you mentioned a reverse engineering guide you were planning on making. Should we expect something like this to be published somewhere else, or where would you put this?
I would probably put that on my YouTube channel as, videos for. I will probably also update the site to add them, but you won't get any notification from that. Specifically, a reverse engineering guide for like how I managed or how I got the formats in this game to work. So, yeah, if that's something you're interested in, then my YouTube should be linked on. Wait, actually, it's not linked on the site. I'll add that after the event. Yeah.
All right. And I think we have one last question here. Hey, Frame Breeze, if you could describe the entire translation in one word, what would it be?
Oh, that's a tough one. I'd probably say it's It's a good word for that. I don't know. I'll just keep it basic. I think it was pretty fun. Yeah.
All right.
Pretty fun.
Oh, those are two words. Sorry. Fun. Yes, there you go.
Fun. Yeah. Talking about the UMD burners, don't you think, guys, that it's weird that nobody still did this?
Yeah, where have they gone?
Yeah, I mean, it's a really good idea for the project to make a UMD burner. It's been like 30 years or something, 20, 30, that UMD
I remember
and PSPs
seeing that.
existed.
I remember seeing the document for the UMD specs, and it uses like, what was it, like 600 nanometers instead of the CD's 500 or something like that. So you'd have to basically order a bunch of special made discs from a factory somewhere. I don't think anyone really had the money or the interest to get that money to do that. But it would definitely be a great project if that managed to get done.
Yeah, we need a one hero that will just manage, just contain all the money to get these things and make a big project.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead. Thank you for presenting.
All right. Be my pleasure.
I think we had a request for Arc CFW to be next. Acid Snake, if you're ready.
Yeah, that looks good.
Hello.
Hello.
Alright,
Just
so
give us 1 second to show your presentation.
I'm gonna share my screen and all right. So I don't know if you can see my screen. Okay, so I'm mostly gonna do a live demo. So I'm gonna go over the main features that I want to talk about, and basically, I'm gonna try to showcase them and see if there's any questions or anything regarding the installation, or if there's any request or anything for the custom firmware. And all right, so let's start. One of the first things that I wanted to work for this custom firmware is support for all the older. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so back in the day, many developers work to create different compressed formats. Some of them became the standard, other are not so popular, and some of them are really obscure. So I wanted to bring all those formats back into a modern ISO driver such as Inferno. So to do that, I had to rewrite the entire code to make it so that I can easily configure how the reader works so that the same code can be used for basically all of these formats. And the way this can be done is because every compressed ISO format uses the exact same structure overall. It's basically a header followed by a table containing the compressed blocks offsets within the file. And some of them has extra information that you can or you cannot parse, and it depends on your code. So basically, I came up with a very optimized, very general purpose code that I'm gonna show it here. All right, here it is. So, I'm not gonna go into a lot of details, but the most important parts for the CSO reader is the IO speed hacks. So, what is the I/O speed hacks? Well, if you do the math, if you do the calculations using an old classic CSO reader, you will find out that the amount of I/O calls per game data request is extremely high. It's actually exponential. So, for example, if a game requests, let's say, 32 kilobytes of data, for an ISO, that is only one I/O request to the I/O layer, one I/O request of 32 kilobytes. But for a compressed format, this isn't one I/O request because you cannot read 32 kilobytes raw. You have to read each compressed sector one by one and decompress it on the fly. So traditional readers had an exponential linear exponential growth depending on the reader. So instead of one IO read for 32 kilobytes, 32 divided by 2 is 16. So you do 16 IO reads for a CSO compressed using 2K blocks. So to mitigate this, what you can do is instead of reading each and every compressed block one by one, you can calculate the exact amount of compressed blocks that you have to read. You can calculate the size of the compressed data and read it all at once into the same buffer that the game provides you, and you can decompress each block on the fly. So you don't even need extra memory to perform this speed hack. So it's one of the best speed hacks that you can ever do, and it brings the IO calls to 3 at most. So for any data size, so it doesn't matter if it's 32 kilobytes, 256 kilobytes, 1 megabyte, etc. You do 3 IO reads at most, compared to older readers that would read a lot more than that. So another speed hack is to use a cache for block offsets. So to be able to handle compressed blocks, you have to read the offset of the block from the offset table, which is at the beginning of the CSO file. Traditional readers would read the block offset and the next block offset to calculate the size. So you do 2 IO reads for each block. Now that's extremely bad. So we're talking about linear growth. So instead of doing that, we have a cache where we just read a huge amount of block offsets, so that for every block that we have to decompress, we don't need to read from the file. We can just read from the cache. And that reduces IO access by a lot. Again, it makes it pretty much constant. So I did a lot of testing, a lot of debugging. This code was written to compile on PC, so you can literally get this core part of the reader on a PC source code and compile it and test it and debug it. And what I could gather was that it was doing an average of 2 IO calls per game data request. And the biggest I saw was 4 IO requests per game data request. Now, it's never going to be as close to ISO. It's never going to be ISO. An ISO will always have one and only one IO data request per game request. But two IO requests or three IO requests or four IO requests is still pretty damn close. And when you actually get to play the games, you can see the difference. You notice the difference. So that way we get compressed formats to be closer in speed to an ISO. It's still not an ISO, but it's pretty damn close. Now, another way to get the speed of a compressed format closer to ISO is by changing the decompression format, or the decompression function, which is why I had to add support for all these file formats, especially ZSO and JSO. These two formats use some of the fastest decompression routines that you can find. In this case, we're talking about LC4 and LCO, respectively. And they have a really, really, really huge speed increase in comparison to the standard deflate algorithm. So if we go to the LC4 page on GitHub, we can see we can have an idea. There's official comparisons, so you can have an idea of how fast these algorithms are. Hold on, here it is. So deflate is the standard algorithm. It's the one used by SIP and the one used by CSO and DAX. So the reason for this is because deflate is actually implemented into the PSP kernel. So you don't really need to have any special library or anything special, really. If you have kernel access, you can have the deflate decompress function built into it. So you don't need any extra code or anything. However, it's really damn slow compared to, for example, LCO, which is twice as fast as deflate. And in the case of LC4, it's 10 times as fast. We're talking about the closest you can get to ISO speed. How close? Well, it's so close that CSO format is actually running on PS2. And that's actually a miracle because on PS2, the processor that handles all the I/O stuff is the PS1 CPU, which is also handling LC4 decompression. So that's how fast it works. The PS1 CPU is capable of handling ZSO files on a PS2. That's how fast it is. So that's the closest you can get to ISO performance. However, there's a catch. It's the worst compression ratio. So you're going to lose a lot of megabytes. Not that much. You're still going to have a relatively good compression. But I guess it really depends on the game. JSO, for example, is one of my favorites because it has a really good compression ratio and it has really good decompression speed. Not as close to ISO as ZSO could be, but it's really damn close. All right, so Popcorn, well, basically this is custom PS1 games. This is the same thing as every other custom firmware. There's really nothing new or interesting here. The built-in no DRM engine. This one has been improved with Pro. If you guys don't know, Arc is based on Pro. It's like an evolution of Pro. It was born from the original Pro team trying to create a sort of version of Pro for the PS Vita, but it wasn't necessarily a port. It was more of a written from scratch. and now it's working back on the PSP. So it has come full circle. The Stargate DRM, no DRM engine that you can also find in Pro, it's been improved to have dynamic patches and all that stuff. I talked about it in the last presentation, so I don't want to go over the same thing again. It does have a new patch that I added not long ago that fixes those pesky games that would complain about free space, despite you having a lot of free space. You know, those older games that would not work if you have more than 2 gigabytes of free space, because they never thought that more than 2 gigabytes was possible. So they did some weird math that would overflow if you had more than 2 gigabytes, and the game would think you don't have enough free space. And that has been fixed and patched, and the patch is in the Stargate module. Okay, another thing that is radically different in Arc compared to classic custom firmware is the plugin system. The plugin system was redefined and redone completely from scratch for Arc. And the reason for this, originally, because the way you would install plugins on PS Vita was radically different from PSP. On PS Vita, you had a lot of I/O limitations. You could access most of the emulated MS0, but there was some quirks behind it, especially in the way that you would install files onto it, because the Vita didn't magically grant you access to the entire file system. It would all be done via the QMA or whatever it is, called the Content Manager Assistant, whatever Sony created. So we had to come up with easier ways to install plugins and whatnot. So a new system was created, and for Arc 4, I decided to improve upon this new system, especially to give it the ability to enable and disable plugins on specific games, which is something that newer is something that no other custom firmware has, but newer consoles may have. For example, on PS Vita, Henkaku has that feature. So it doesn't make any sense that PSP doesn't have that feature, especially because it brings a lot of new stability to the system, because there's a lot of plugins that work fine overall, but maybe they have a problem with one specific game, or maybe they were made for one specific game, and maybe you don't want to go to the recovery menu all the time to enable disable plugins and change this and change that every time you want to boot into a different game. So Arc gives you the ability to basically define what plugins get loaded on what games. So there's that, and trust me, it brings a whole new world of stability. Now, something else that I am very proud to announce this year is region-free playback of UMD video on all PSP models. Now, region-free playback of UMD video, the wording is a little bit off. It's not really region-free, it's more like region change. You can change the region of your UMD drive so you can play back UMD movies from another region. Now, this isn't exactly brand new. This code and basically the meat of this part of the custom firmware has already been done before. It was part of the M33 custom firmware, especially the Despertar del Cementerio, the application that you would use to unbrick your PSP. It also had a bunch of other tools to do backups and other management, one of which was the ability to change the region of your UMD drive. And it would do that by basically grabbing a few IDs from your PSP motherboard and encrypting the UMD keys and flashing them onto ID storage. Now, the problem here is that flashing to ID storage is I mean, it's dirty. You are doing a permanent hack, and you don't really have any way of doing it on modern models. So anything that isn't a 1K or a compatible 2K, you will not be able to do the region change. So you were stuck to having either a 1K or a 2K, or having specific PSP models to play specific UMD video files. UMD video discs. So what I did was, I thought maybe instead of flashing the new encrypted UMD keys, I can patch it into the system on RAM. So instead of it being permanent, it's live. So you're not doing any permanent damage, and also it would work on newer models. So it was kind of easier said than done. It took a little bit of effort to get this one working, but eventually I figured a way to obtain the. Basically, what I do is I find a way to obtain the UMD key buffer that UMDman.prx is using. So UMDman.prx reads from ID storage. It reads the UMD keys from ID storage and stores it into a buffering RAM, and it uses that buffering RAM to decrypt the UMD disk, so the UMD drive. So I grab the UMD buffer, and then what I do is I calculate the new UMD keys using the IDS regeneration module from the M33 custom firmware. And then I just inject the new calculated firmwares into the UMD key buffer in RAM. Once that's done, the UMD drive is capable of reading pretty much, well, not every region, but the region that you injected. And then you also have to patch a few things in the XMB, a few region checking code that you have to patch here and there, but I'm not going to go over it. All right, so compatible with all PSP models and firmware 6.60 and 6.61. This is possible because firmware 6.60 was the last time that Sony changed the kernel nits. So there's no need to create different nit resolvers and working around that. So it's certainly something that alleviated much of the development. If I had to port ARC to older firmwares, I would have to redo a lot of this. And the same for PS Vita. I mean, every PS Vita ePSP firmware uses the exact same kernel nits as 6.60. So the same nit resolver works for every one of them. Now, another one that's interesting is testing tool firmware and development tool firmware. Basically, the test kits and dev kits, those huge Terminator-looking PC with a PSP attached, with a PSP controller on a screen attached, and those things are basically running a really very different 6.60 kernel. It has a lot of different modules. They are compiled with debug stuff, so basically the offsets are all over the place. But that doesn't bother us because, as I explained on the previous presentation, ARC uses dynamic patching, so it doesn't worry about where the stuff it needs to patch is, because it will find it. It's programmed to actually find it rather than guessing where it is. All right, so minimalistic, yeah. Arc is really minimalistic when it comes to PSP Flash installation. It only installs 6 files. So if you compare it to, even if you compare it to ME, which is the minimum edition of the firmware, it's not that minimum, actually. ME installs a lot of files in Flash Zero. There's nothing minimum about ME at all. It was at the beginning, but at the end, it's really damn big. Arc, on the other hand, has a lot of files installed on the memory stick in a save data folder. So most of the custom firmware is outside of the flash. However, what's outside of the flash is mostly what you would consider extra stuff. The core custom firmware is still inside the PSP Flash, and even if you remove the memory stick, you still have core functionality like Homebrew and ISO loading, and all of that will fully work. So that makes it resistant to soft bricks. It's resistant to soft brick because the settings of the custom firmware are stored in the memory stick, and they are also applied at the end of the boot sequence, contrary to classic custom firmwares. So on classic custom firmwares, the configuration file was stored in Flash 1, and the many different configuration options were really damn nasty when it comes to determining the execution of the custom firmware. So that leads to a lot of use cases. It leads to basically the user being able to determine the boot sequence and determine a lot of how the code of the custom firmware would behave. And that's where you get a lot of noob errors. A lot of people who just happen to just use the wrong configuration in the wrong model or the wrong mix of plugins plus settings plus whatever. And the fact that it was stored in Flash 1 means that it isn't that easy to recover from a soft brick. You have to format Flash 1, basically. With Arc, it's easier because the custom firmware is not affected during its boot sequence by any of the configuration. The configuration is loaded at the end of the boot sequence. So the custom firmware is a lot more deterministic, so we know exactly what code is executing it at every time. And when it does load the settings, it loads them from memory stick, not from Flash 0, not from Flash 1. So it's safer that way. Now, onto the custom launcher. The custom launcher is something that was inherited from the old days of PS Vita ePSP. It's basically on PS Vita, you don't have an XMB. You have a very minimalistic PSP kernel. So to be able to launch your homebrews and ISOs, we had to code our own homebrew menus. And this meant that a lot of different teams from a lot of different backgrounds would create their own different menus. A lot of really cool stuff, really unique stuff was cooked way back in the day. A lot of talent was involved, and basically it was gonna all be lost. So what I decided to do is make this feature more of a built into the custom firmware type of things. It also uses the old auto boot code from classic custom firmware that was never actually put to any good use, and now it's actually used for this. And the custom launcher built into Arc, it was written by me from scratch. I used a lot of libraries from a lot of other projects. So there's a lot of open source code going on here. You're going to be seeing a lot of open source software from other projects built into Arc, and a lot of new code too. So that includes, especially the FTP server and client, which is the same source code from the classic FTPD, and FTP clients with some bug fixes here and there and some GUI improvements. The file browser is one of the most important features too, because there's really not any modern file browser on PSP that would have pretty much all the features that you would need. Most users would have to rely on many different browsers that are extremely outdated. They have a lot of bugs, and they aren't really being worked on or updated anymore. So it's important for Arc to have a built-in file browser so that with the bare minimum custom firmware installed, you already have all of that potential. I'm going to be showing the file browser in a few minutes, all the different file formats that it supports. Okay, so fully configurable via the XMB. This is using the XMB control plugin, which is a plugin that was written originally by Total Noob, The Flow, for his TN Hen. It was then ported over to Pro and ME, but the plugin kind of never went really popular, and it kind of fade into obscurity, mostly because it was having a lot of conflicts with other more popular plugins like CXMB and XMB Item Hider and whatnot. But I was able to fully cook a version of this plugin that works nicely with Arc, and it works nicely with other XMB plugins. So there's that. The recovery app, it's improved, yes, because basically it's an actual recovery app. It's not just a custom firmware module that boots up and it has a minimalistic interface and design, etc. Basically, the recovery of classic custom firmware is nothing more than just changing the settings. You don't really have much more power to, for example, do file browsing, etc. So the recovery app in Arc is an actual eboot.pvp app, which basically allows for a lot more power. It allows for configuring the custom firmware, the plugins, but especially the file browser, which can be very handy when recovering. So, which is basically what the recovery app should do. It should allow you to recover from a badly installed homebrew, a badly installed ISO. There's many different things that can go wrong, and classic recovery menus do not have this ability. So once again, I'm going to be showing the file browser soon, so you're going to see exactly all the features that it has and why it's so important for recovery. All right, so compatible with Pro Online and Xlink Kai, yeah, this is a no-brainer. All you need to do to be compatible with this is being able to load plugins, which Arc has, and being able to enable extra memory on 2K, 3K, etc. models. Let's see, compatible with Legacy Homebrew via eLoader and LEDA. So this one was requested last year in the last presentation. LEDA was in the works. It was being, actually the code to have it working was already back then, but it wasn't working because there was some incompatibilities between the LEDA patches and the Pro patches. So Pro custom firmware, and by extension Arc, already contains some extra patches to allow for some degree of legacy PRX loading. It doesn't really allow you to load legacy homebrew, but it does let you load some legacy style PRX. These patches were conflicting with LEDA, so I designed a way to have one of them enabled once only. So I figured it out and it works fine. It works perfectly, exactly the same as ME. And that's it. Now, Legacy Homebrew with eloader and LEDA, you get about 70%. I don't know what's the percentage. I haven't really, but it's between 70 and 80. I don't know. It isn't 100%. The only way to get close to 100% compatibility would be with kernel 1.50 add-on, which it's in the works, but not for this presentation, not for today, maybe for next year. And finally, compatible with CIPL and Infinity 2 bootloaders. So these basically allow you to load Arc as permanent custom firmware. So every time you turn on your PSP, it will boot into Arc. And okay, so I'm gonna go over some of these interesting features, and I'm gonna do it basically by showing a live demo. So let's see if I can get my camera working. Okay. Come on. Let's see. Okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. So how do I? Oh, okay. So can you see my screen? All right. So here's my consoles. I'm gonna start with the PSP Street because this one is in better condition. Well, the PSP Go is also in really good shape. So is the 1K. The 3K has a broken stick. I also have a 2K that's also with a broken stick and some. They're all working kinda decently. Alright, so I have Arc 4.19.18. I believe this is the latest publicly available version. So if I go to system settings, I'm going to change this to English so everyone here can understand. As I go to system information, here it's going to show the infinity symbol and infinity, the logo and the text show because this one is using Infinity bootloader. So as you can see here, I have the XMB control plugin, which is part of the custom firmware. Basically allows me to change the different settings. There's USB charge, overclock, which basically sets the CPU speed to 333. Power save, which sets the CPU speed to 166. If you want to have full control of the CPU speed, I recommend this plugin called Custom Firmware Extender, which not only gives you full control of the CPU speed and the brightness, it lets you change it on a per game basis. And it has some other really cool extra features. It's a plugin that blends in with Arc really nice. So I always recommend it. All right. The Audible Launcher basically changes the XMB to the custom launcher. There's Force Extra Memory, which it enables the extra 32 megabytes for retail games, which don't generally use it. Basically, because the 32 extra megabytes are reserved for kernel use. But with custom firmware, it allows user mode to access the 32 megabytes, the extra 32 megabytes. Memory stick speed up. This one's a classic. It works really fine. It's one of my favorite speed hacks ever. It's really good. I always recommend to enable this one. Infernal Cache. It's kind of old and outdated now that we have the new CSO, the new compressed ISO readers with all the good with all the good speed hacks. So basically, I never really recommend using Inferno Cache. All right, so skip Sony logos. This one is it's a simple one. I don't really use it, but a lot of people requested it, so I added this feature. The same with hide, pick 0, and pick 1. So the plugin manager. Plugin manager basically allows me to turn on and off any plugin or remove it from the plugin installation. So as you can see, I have plugins that only load on specific games. For example, LCS cheat device. I set it to load only on Liberty City Stories. The same for the VCS cheat device. And it also allows me to enable it on more than one game. So the cheat device remastered, I have configured to load on both LCS and VCS. And you can do the same for disabling. For example, I have CW cheat disabled on the GTA games because I'm already using the cheat device. And well, here's a few of my plugins that I have installed. If a lot of old names, a lot of new names, so you can see there's a lot of compatibility. Most of your plugins are going to work. If any of your plugins don't work, feel free to open a GitHub issue report and I will look into it, etc. So let's go into the custom launcher here. Actually, I'm going to show let's go to recovery. I'm going to show the UMD region free playback. So what I did was I bought myself an American UMD set. This one's Family Guy, locked to region 1. And here, as you can see, well, I have my UMD region change set to America, and I'm going to put it on default, which is European. I'm going to do the same here. VSH region is not the same as UMD region. So this one is the classic region change from Pro custom firmware. It basically allows you to unlock some extra features in the XMB based on your region, but it doesn't really let you play region locked games. So I'm gonna show it here. I'm gonna set VSH region to America, but UMD region I'm gonna leave at default, which in this case is a European PSP, and I'm gonna exit. And here's the UMD. As you can see, it's region 1 marked there, right there. So put it in. And wait for it to basically tell me to fuck. Okay. Cannot be started because the region code is not correct. So I'm going to remove the disk now. Go to recovery again. And I'm going to set it to America. The UMD region set to America. And I exit. No. Okay, so I'm going to wait for the XMB to fully load. And I'm going to start the UMD. And there we go. Fully playable. All right. So there goes this feature, only available in our custom firmware and the old M33 custom firmware via the ID storage flashing for 1K and early 2K models. But this one, as you can see, it works on pretty much every model. This is a PSP Street. So, all right, now let's go to the custom launcher, basically to show you the different compressed ISO formats. I have a few of them here, I believe. Let her know. Maybe not. But yeah, I do have them. But hold on. Okay, so this custom launcher is mostly for Vita users, but a lot of people like it, especially. Oh, it crashed. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Yeah, there's still some stuff to figure out here and there. Some bugs and annoyances. I'm gonna reset it. It's mostly harmless though, so not really gonna break or anything. Alright, let's go back. Alright, so what I wanted to show was mainly the file browser. I have a few ISO here in different categories. So here's a DAX file, fully playable and bootable, also via the XMB. I'm gonna show it soon, but mostly I just want to show the extension. So here's an ISO, a DAX file. This one's another DAX. Yeah, there's a bunch of DAX files here. DAX is one of the best compressed formats in terms of ratio, but it's really damn slow. Here I have a JSO too. I should have a ZSO somewhere, perhaps the GDA games. I have a few. Yeah, I have one set SO file here. So you can see here the size difference between the different formats. So for DAX, we have, well, this is Vice City Stories. Liberty City Stories, we have JSO with 608 megabyte and the ZSO 657 megabytes. So it's a big difference, but there's also a big difference when it comes to gameplay. So you have a few extra frames per second there with the faster LC4 decompression algorithm, even if you have a lot less space. Okay, so the file browser allows us to basically do any file operation. We can create new folders using the original Sony keyboard here. There's no custom OSK. This one uses the original one from Sony, which I believe is the best one, I think. It handles really well and everyone knows how to use it. So why create a new custom OSK and have users learn a new input method when we already have the traditional one? It also makes the custom launcher feel more built into the system too. So here's my new folder. I can move files here. I can move files like, for example, I can move files instantaneously too. So let's grab a really big file. So for example, this GDA one, and I do cut. I'm gonna go here, I'm gonna paste, and it was instantaneous, as you can see. This is a built-in function in the PSP kernel that wasn't really known or documented. But yes, the PSP supports moving files. It's actually something that was discovered a long time ago, but not a lot of homebrews make use of this. Most homebrews would move files by just making a copy of the original one and then deleting the original one, which is really damn slow. But here we have a faster method. We can rename files. We can copy, cut, paste entire folders and files. We can browse MS0 on PSP Go. We can also browse EF0, and on other models we can also browse FTP servers. I'm gonna show that later. I'm gonna go back to games and just show that here's the ZSO file. It's It's now being detected because it's in the proper ISO folder instead of being on a category. It can be detected if it's in a category by simply changing one of these settings here. Scan category entries, but I have it disabled, so it won't find those files. If I go back to the XMB, you're gonna see that my ZSO file is here, 650 megabytes. And you can launch pretty much any compressed format from the XMB. So I'm gonna enable game categories light. Where is it? Where is it? Here it is. When I enable it, it's right in the txt file there. All right. Now I'm gonna do a soft reset. And here's all my ISOs. I'm gonna load. I don't know if I want to load anyone because I don't want the YouTube algorithm to match any copyrighted material. So I'm gonna go ahead and just load up a homebrew. I'm gonna show you what happens if I try to load a legacy homebrew without the LEDA plugin enabled. So I'm gonna disable the LEDA plugin and disable categories light too. Where is it? Oh, soft reset. I'm gonna load this legacy homebrew I have here that I use for testing. It's called, where is it? Oh, here it is, Biohazard 2. It has absolutely nothing to do with the actual Biohazard franchise, Resident Evil. It's just a homebrew game about killing zombies that has absolutely nothing to do with it. I don't even know why it's called Biohazard, but whatever. It's kind of fun. So I try to load it, and it's gonna give me an error. Here it is. The error code here is different from if you try to load it, for example, on the ME custom firmware without the LEDA plugin, you'll get a different error. This is because of the pro patches interfering. But when the LEDA plugin is enabled, the pro patches are disabled. So that's one of the things I did to make it work. So now I'm gonna enable LEDA, and I'm gonna load the homebrew again. Let's see, where is it? Here it is. And it's working. It's perfectly fine. I'm gonna exit here. All right, so now I'm gonna switch over to another PSP because I want to showcase the FTP functionality of the of the file browser. but the PSP Street doesn't have any Wi-Fi, so I'm gonna have to switch over to the PSP Go, which also has. Let me see. This one is also running Arc. A little bit of an earlier version here. It's 0.17 instead of 0.18, but for what we want, it's gonna work. This one is also running the advanced VSH menu, which is you can optionally install it. Arc usually comes with a much simpler VSH menu, but you can install an advanced one. It comes in the download package, and it has basically all the missing functionality like converting battery to Pandora on models that support it, swapping the X circle button, activating flash, etc. Has a few USB device. It has a few advanced features here that most users won't really need them, but a lot of them do. So it's an option that you can have. We're gonna go to the custom launcher here, and we're gonna turn on the PSP 1K. This one, dude, what the fuck? I had it charging. Whatever, I'm gonna use another one. This one, I'm gonna get the charger. Let me see. All right. Let's fire this up. Right, so this one is running Arc, but this one is running the testing tool firmware. As you can see, it has the installed package and official debug settings, but it's also running Arc. And this one is using CIPL installation. And I'm gonna go to the custom launcher here. Do the same here. All right, so on PSP Go, we have the FTP server, and we also have access to the internal memory stick, as well as the external one and the FTP client. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna enable FTP server on the PSP Go. Start it here. It's already registered to that. So FTP server is running. I'm gonna write this IP address on my other PSP here. On another PSP on the 1K, I'm gonna go to Files. I'm gonna go to FTP. So we're gonna have to create a new connection. As you can see, the custom launcher is fully integrated with the different PSP functionalities like networking and the OSK. So kind of the same thing you're used to. There's nothing really new here. All right. Now it's connected. Obtaining IP address. Now, okay, so now I'm gonna have to write the IP address of my other PSP. So that's gonna be 182. .168. There we go. 168. 81. So this is a local connection. So both PSPs are connected to the same access point. This is so basically it's infrastructure, not ad hoc. 106. 106. There we go. And as you can see, the PSP Go is responding to the commands. And right now I am browsing the PSP Go. Oh, look at that. It crashed again. Yeah, this one's going to crash a lot because testing tool firmware it's really different from your standard firmware. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to show another feature here, which is basically I'm going to convert my battery to a Pandora, and I'm going to load a retail firmware with our custom firmware from the memory stick using Despertar del Cementerio, which is basically something that's being worked on right now. It's not publicly available, but it's a good time to show it off because testing tool firmware is gonna be a lot buggy with the different homebrew and different plugins having widely different compatibility with retail firmware. So I'm gonna convert my battery to a Pandora. You can see here it's been converted. So I'm gonna shut down the device, move the battery, and insert it holding the L button. And right now it should load into. As you can see the memory stick flashing there. Oh, should load into a debug sort of. Oh, maybe this isn't the correct memory stick. Yeah, the 8 GB one isn't the correct memory stick. Which one was it? Oh, there we go. This one. So let's see. This one has the correct firmware files or not. It's not working. Maybe. Gigabyte one. Pretty sure it was. Let's see. Weird. All right, so I'm not gonna be able to show the upcoming features, but it doesn't matter. What I wanted to show was basically how you can just, well, some of the interconnectivity and some of the different features. I might be missing something because what is this? Yeah, battery back to normal one. I'm gonna show some of the different features from the file browser that I have missed. All Right. So another important feature is the ability to basically manage all your plugins with your PSP itself. So you don't really need a computer anymore. So you can install plugins using the file browser. If you open up a PRX file, it'll allow you to install the plugin, and it'll ask you on which specific run level the plugin will load, or you can specify a game ID. And you can also use the built-in text editor to modify the plugin configuration line by line. I do not really recommend manually modifying the plugins.txt file. If you don't know what you're doing, it can just lead to a malfunctioning installation. It's better if you just copy the PRX file and you just use the file browser to install it, and you use the recovery menu or the XMB to enable, disable, remove plugins if you want to remove them. And I believe I have covered pretty much everything I wanted to cover. There's some features that are being worked on, based mostly what I wanted to show, which was Despertar del Cementerio, which I have it right here. But this is the installer, not the actual bootloader. But I don't think we're gonna have enough time, and there's still a lot of things to work on. And this is basically going to be the topic for the next year's presentation. So it's best if I just leave it at that. And here we go. Here's I believe I have covered everything in terms of functionality. Yes.
We do have a couple curated questions if you're willing to answer.
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
So one of them that was asked at the very beginning was, where did the name Arc 4 come from?
Okay, so it's a little bit of history. All right, so let me explain it. Originally, the name of the custom firmware was Pro Vita because it was created by the Pro team, the same people that created the Pro and ME custom firmware. You know, Colbert, Prim Faxi, and Neuron. So the thing was that eventually they figured that the custom firmware wasn't really a port of Pro. I mean, it was created to be like a mimic of Pro, or to have the same basic Pro functionality, but it was actually written from scratch. It wasn't just a port of the Pro source code. It was actually a rewritten custom firmware. So they decided to change the name, and I'm not too sure where the name Arc comes from. It was originally the name of the forum in Colbert's of a private forum that Colbert hosted back in the day for closed source beta, and eventually got leaked by one of the beta testers, and that led to the Pro team basically leaving the scene. The name Arc, I believe Colbert was the one that came up with it, and eventually became the name of the custom firmware itself. And I believe it comes from the game. It's one of his favorite games. That's if my memory serves me right. So basically, the Pro team left because one of the beta testers leaked a beta build before the proper release. So that got the Pro team mad, and they just left the scene. So what happened was that me and my friend Quick Racer 87, God rest his soul, we were looking out for kernel exploits in the PSP emulator for PS Vita, and eventually we found some. So we wanted to release a custom firmware for it, and we really didn't have one of our own. And back then, the only other person working on custom firmware for the PSP emulator was Total Noob, the Flow. And he wasn't really the type of guy that would share his work with other people. Not at that time, at least. He's changed a lot now. He's completely different. Um, so we asked Colbert if he could give us the source code of Arc so we can port it to the newer Vita firmwares and the new kernel exploits. And he was happy to do so because he always trusted me, and I was always really cool with him. And we got the source code, and one of the first things we did was remove some DRM stuff that was put in place for beta testers to at least to be able to identify if anyone leaked, which is why they were able to know who made the leak. But we removed that DRM and we asked Colbert if we could make the custom firmware open source, and he talked with the other guys and they were all okay with it. And we did a lot of cleanup to the source code and a lot of restructuring, and we started working on the first dynamic patches and so on. And eventually we released Arc 2, which was and still is one of the most popular PS Vita ePSP custom firmwares. Was really damn popular. I mean, when I started working on Arc 4, a lot of people still used Arc 2. So after that, Big Racer and I hold on. So we started working on PS1 exploits on PS Vita, and eventually that led to Arc 3, but that was not. Excuse me. Need some water.
Yeah, take your time.
All right. So we worked on PS1 exploits, and that led to Arc 3, but we never managed to fully finish it. So we released some source code that was unfinished, and that was basically the end of the Arc project for a while until I decided to buy myself a PSP again about 3 years ago. And I saw that the scene was very much active, but there wasn't custom firmware being developed or maintained or improved. So I decided to grab Arc from PS Vita and bring it over to the PSP. And that's where Arc 4 comes from. So it's the fourth major iteration of the Arc custom firmware. This one is mainly focused on compatibility with the PSP.
All right, thank you. A few other questions. What does ZSO stand for? Does it actually have like a meaning, or is it just a file format name?
Well, first of all, these file formats were created by other people throughout the years of the PSP scene. I am merely giving support to all of them so they don't get wasted or fall to obscurity, which most of them did, because DAX is playable on some modified versions of ME, and JSO is not playable anywhere except for maybe 1.50 with some obscure plugins that are very hard to find nowadays. So ZSO probably stands for LC4 compressed ISO. I don't know. I would have to ask the original author. It's definitely to differentiate it from your standard CSO file. And the Z probably stands for LC4, which is the decompression algorithm that is used.
All right. Can the VSH menu be opened in the case that a homebrew game does not exit gracefully from K-Origami K?
Well, we're talking about If we're talking about different recovery procedures for crashes, there's definitely different plugins that can help you with that. There's also debug builds of Arc, but as far as I know, the VSH menu is only for the VSH. But there are some plugins that let you load different menus within games.
All right, and then a question from Slendy here. If I already have Infinity Pro installed, can I follow the Infinity installation instructions on the README, or is there a different process? Also, are plugins in the device installed or on the memory stick?
Yeah, if you have already a Pro Infinity installation, you have to update Infinity with the one provided by Arc, so you have support for Arc. Also, you don't really have to delete Pro. You can have Pro and Arc and even ME, all three installed at the same time. There's no conflict there. You can triple boot, quadruple boot. You can have all sorts of different configurations. As for your plugins, that's probably the only problem here is that if you come from a classic custom firmware that uses the classic plugin system, Arc won't recognize your plugins. But like I said, it's really damn easy to use the file browser to install it, and there's definitely gonna be an upcoming feature to import your plugin configuration from the old format to the new format so that it's easier for you to migrate. It's definitely in the works for a future version.
All right. I think that's all the questions that we have. Thank you for presenting.
Yeah,
All right.
thank you.
Thanks.
So the next presentation is the pre-recorded one, right? Gen 7?
Oh, we still have Animal Crossing.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, we put that one off for a bit. Okay, Animal Crossing up next.
Yes. Okay, thank you. All right, so here is this is really a project proposal more so than it is a complete project here for an Animal Crossing recreation. So let's go ahead and get started. What is Animal Crossing? If you don't know, Animal Crossing is a life simulation game made by Nintendo. The player lives in a town of anthropomorphic animals. You buy a house, interact with villagers, participate in fishing, bug catching, and collection minigames. You have your own currency. There's a bunch of different in-game events that can happen. And you can do things like decorating and designing your house. And in some games, you can design and change up a town, or even or island, depending which game you're playing. And there's a lot of different interactions that you can have in the game. It's basically a very casual life simulator game. So, why Animal Crossing? Animal Crossing is an extremely popular franchise, especially in recent years. It doesn't really have any competitors to it either. It's sort of unique in its own sort of niche. It's a casual game, mostly suited towards mobile-oriented players. So people on the Nintendo Switch, Nintendo 3DS, for example, were some of the more popular ones, and the Nintendo DS back in the day. And one of the reasons that's suitable for the PSP is that there's very few PSP games that will really encourage you to, come back to the game daily or have any amount of replayability that isn't necessarily just inherent to the fact that it's a good game. Most games also don't meaningfully use the real-time clock. So, for example, games that use the real-time clock on other systems is like Pokemon. Depending on the time of the day, you'll see the time of day reflected in the game. And the same thing is true of Animal Crossing. Everything is based on the exact hour, minute, second that you are currently in. So things happen at different times of day, stores are open or closed at certain times of day, and things like that. So, more specifically, we want to try to recreate Animal Crossing Wild World at first. Wild World is probably the first one that we want to take a look at because Wild World has a very simple world. In other titles, there are things like cliffs and towns have multiple layers, different elevation mapping, things like that, and much larger world sizes. So it has no cliffs. It's a 16 by 16 acre world, whereas the GameCube is nearly quadruple that at 30 by 30. And there's only 8 villagers around at a time, whereas other titles can get up to like 15 or 16, I believe. Wild World's graphics are incredibly simple. Most things that you see on the screen are actually 2D sprites that are projected into a 3D looking environment. For example, if you look in the picture to the right, all of the trees are 2D sprites, the flowers are 2D sprites, and the cherries that are on the tree are also 2D sprites. The only thing else that is actually 3D in this world is the player themselves. So, with that, there's actually minimal model recreation necessary, and a lot of these assets have already been dumped, although we will have to create our own assets into the future. And what's inspiring about this is that if we were to create a recreation for Wild World, this engine could then be used for other Animal Crossing games in the future, such as the GameCube edition or City Folk. So, some considerations we have to make is that Wild World on the DS uses 2 screens. The top screen is used for the sky, and you don't really do anything with the top screen, whereas other games will implement a look-up mechanic with a physical button press on the D-pad. If you press up on those games, they'll actually pan upwards so you can see things in the sky. This is important because there's things like floating balloons, a presence, and even a UFO that you can shoot down with a slingshot that you would basically need to be able to view the sky to actually hit. So perhaps we would use the D-pad for this, since we can use the analog stick explicitly for movement, and that simplifies it a lot. One of the other considerations is that the DS does use touch controls. However, within the DS game itself, touch is actually optional. You can play the game with just the buttons, so there's actually no need for some clunky touch emulation solution. So that's actually pretty helpful. Now, the biggest issue that we're going to have is that the DS resolution is 256 by 192, which is a 4 by 3 aspect ratio, whereas the PSP is 480 by 272, which is a 16 by 9 aspect ratio. So we will need to adapt the user interface and scaling for both 16 by 9 and 4 by 3 mode, and you would have it as a setting. We could also reconfigure it for desktop as well if we were to do it that way. So this is the slide where I beg you guys for some developers to help me on this, because there's a lot to implement, especially in terms of modeling, asset creation, player creation, animation, and a lot of things that actually have to be done in the game context itself. It would be a really good experience for game creation, homebrewing if you're new, and if you're interested, you can message me on Discord at Iridescent Rose number 1337. Because I'm a gamer. So where are we gonna start? So the first thing that we gotta start off thinking about in the context of an Animal Crossing recreation is going to be that we have to start with the world. It's going to be the most difficult thing to tackle, and it probably requires the most amount of time put into it, so it's probably the best place to actually start, rather than delaying it to later and then finding out that we have some fundamental problems. The first thing, so the world will require a custom textured ground, a curved mesh, and dynamic rotation. So if you're not familiar with the layout of Animal Crossing games, as you walk up and down the world, there's a world curvature shader that is applied that makes it look like you are actually physically walking around the curve of the world. So to do this, we're going to have to actually calculate how to curve a mesh, and then dynamically rotate it based on the player's position on the world. This has a lot of details that you're going to need to think about. For number one, the custom texture ground is not necessarily too bad. If you look at the ground as a tile-based system, which acres are 16 by 16 representation of different spots and what can occupy those spots. There will definitely be a texture there, and then you have to just figure out, is that texture on a border? If so, you have to display a slightly different texture at that location. However, there is going to be issues where you have the edges of rivers, ponds, and beaches, all of which are, the water is at a lower level on the map as compared to the actual map itself. So you have to have details on those edges. So you have to actually generate individual meshes for where that occupies, essentially. So there's custom connected textures in the tile borders, which I already talked about. There's many items and sprites which will need to be rotated correctly. Even though the sprites are 2D objects, they're rotated and displayed in the world in an isometric view. But the other issue with that is then when you're curving the world and the player is moving around, how do you project that into space correctly? The world entirely also needs to be generated at creation, because each Animal Crossing world is actually different, and they are procedurally generated. Although this only needs to be done once, so this process can be relatively expensive, but you have to figure out the location of every single item inside of the town, every single building structure, and places where it could possibly be. So the world makes up the most of the player experience, so this is where we need to start off by focusing on. Given some very, very generous estimates, the time and scope requirements, the first playable test version would probably be late Q2 or Q3 of 2023, and maybe some alpha or beta builds by the end of 2023. These builds would be playable, but perhaps they would not be polished or missing major gameplay features that would have to be implemented into the future. So, for now, any questions?
Let's see. Just give the stream a second to catch up.
Yeah, I know. It's still showing the estimate slide for me, so.
Yeah. A few people are interested in working on it, to be fair. That's good to see.
That is very good to see. Go ahead and reach out to me. That'd be pretty cool.
Not seeing much in terms of actual questions yet.
The question slide just showed up, so.
Oh, sure, yeah, okay.
Blondie asked me if it's C or C++. It is. We would probably be doing it in C++. That would probably be more suitable, at least for what we already have. Why not a Stardew Valley type game? I've never played Stardew Valley, so that's why it's not under my consideration yet. So can't really recreate a game if you've never played it.
I mean, they're both pretty like slow-paced simulation games anyway, right?
That is true. I believe so. Do you have a playable demo? Not yet. I mentioned that on the example slide. We'd probably have one in Q2 or Q3, so basically the summer, essentially. Stardew Valley is way too big
Animal
of a game.
Crossing?
I do like Animal Crossing. It is definitely a childhood favorite of mine.
I mean, it's hard to dislike it, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's not much to hate about it, other than like the crushing weight of debt. But
the existential dread.
yeah.
Oh my god, the time is passing!
Yeah. The idea is good, but why this particular game? I mean, I kind of just explained why Wild World in general, because it's like technically the simplest to implement, whereas I believe GameCube is mostly actually just 3D modeled, so we'd have to deal a lot more with object modeling.
Actually, it is interesting because you mean the GameCube version of Animal Crossing, right?
Yes, the GameCube.
Yeah. Is that the one that's built on the 64 version, or am I confused here? I swear it was built on the 64 game.
It was built on the N64 version. The N64 version was called Animal Forest or Dobutsu no Mori. And if I remember correctly, it's not playable on Daedalus. Or it is playable, but not very.
Well, I was just thinking, I mean, in some ways, 3D visuals can be easier than 2D ones. At least in the sense that, like, rendering them could be more straightforward and that kind of thing.
Yeah, perhaps, because we have to consider how the 2D sprites look. But the 2D sprites... I mean, 2D sprites are actually 3D planes, technically. At least with the way that it's rendered on the PSP. They're just 3D planes, so we are still working in 3D, technically.
Yeah, exactly. But it's like with 2D artwork, sometimes there's issues with scaling that you wouldn't necessarily get with 3D models.
Yeah. Should GU to GL be used? Likely we would put this project on Stardust, which internally does use GU to GL, and that way we could just easily have a lot of platform support anyways. That's at least what I'm thinking now, unless someone has a better proposition of technology stack. But when will development start? Probably, yeah, later, towards the end of like May, June, summerish, yeah, around there. Why Animal Crossing? I also had a slide like that, but basically, I don't recall any like major PSP games that like actually fit the Animal Crossing like niche, where it's like life simulation and like a daily, just a daily casual game to play. Unless I'm missing something. Does anyone else have a suggestion?
No, I think you're right. I don't think there's anything exactly like it. I think there's definitely one or two kind of simulation games on PSP, but nothing quite like Animal Crossing. You know, the real-time clock, the
Yeah.
role-playing aspect of it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very unique. Why not Mario Kart? Okay, this is not a serious question. Okay.
It would be cool though. Mario Kart would be pretty cool.
Wait, don't. Oh no, we had Mario 64.
Maybe for 2024.
Oh god. Ironically, okay, this is gonna sound terrible, but I've never played a Mario Kart.
Damn, really, huh?
Yeah. So pretty much I stick within the limits of things that I know.
I swear there's a few action racing games on PSP anyway, right? Like Crash Band. There's a Crash racing game on PSP.
Yeah, there
I'm sure.
is. There's quite a few, I think.
Yeah, so it's not quite the same niche, I guess.
Yeah.
Ad hoc town visits is an interesting question.
Ad hoc town.
That's a-
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, with the Nintendo, there used to be Nintendo Wi-Fi and multiplayer. I think that would be a really cool thing to actually implement. Maybe even infrastructure mode version too. I'm not really sure exactly how that would work. Like, how would you have an Animal Crossing server? But like, maybe you could have like Wi-Fi play in a similar sense to the way that the Nintendo Direct connection thing worked, where I believe the DS contacts a server, and then if you have your friend's ID or whatever, you can actually do the connection through that. I believe that's how it worked back in the day.
Yeah, the way I'd envision it is either just a direct connection, as you say, or maybe there could be kind of a master server, right? Like if you're trying to go to someone's town, but no one in particular, you could try and connect to a master server and find anyone else who's searching, kind of like a matchmaking system, but that's all kind of very hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, definitely hypothetically speaking. All right.
I thought would be really cool.
Yeah, definitely. Let's do Gen 7 then. Give me one moment.
I don't think there's any other questions.
Okay, there we go. It should show up now. And
Hi, and welcome to this third edition of Gen 7 Engine presentations. So that's my fourth year that I'm doing a presentation for PSP HDC. I hope you will enjoy this one too. We will see four things. We will see how Gen 7 Engine works, how the idea is this design. We will see also how to create a sample 2D project. That should be a platformer and also a 3D project. And at the end, all the resources that can help you to start and develop your project on Gen 7. So I have launched Gen 7. We have the code editor that will allow you to write the script that your project will use. We also have the Visual Script programming editor that will allow you to actually create your game only with blocks, or it can be a game or any software that will run on the devices that Gen 7 supports. You also have the application window that will help you to preview your project and to see how it looks, and also to change some settings about the camera or the skybox. We have the File Explorer, which is empty right now since that's the welcome project, which is empty. We have the logs and also the console logs that will help you debug your project inside Gen 7 when it runs. So we will start with a new project for our 2D platformer. So you can start by creating a new folder. We will call it project HTC 2D. Yeah. So right now Gen 7 created for us a new project, which is empty. And we can see how it looks like in the folder. So you have 2 files right now. I can create another one. Yeah, there's 2 files. You shouldn't touch them. They are used by Gen 7 internally. And you also have the assets folder, which is the most important. You will put here all the assets that your project will use. It can be 3D models or 2D assets. And for our example, we will take, I have prepared some assets that we can use directly in our project. So we have a coin, we have a 2D player, we have a background. We have also a 3D model in the wavefront format. And we also have a sprite font and a sample tileset. We'll copy all of these files and we put in the assets folder of our project. And now we will be able to use these assets directly in Gen 7. As you can see, they have been organized by the File Explorer. And now we can start developing our game. So for our simple platformer, we will start by setting a 2D camera. Well, it's automatically set, but the good thing is that you will be able to change that if our game needs it. And now we will create all our assets that will be used by our game. And for that, we will use all the create assets methods or blocks, like because right now we are only using the Visual Script system. Well, we have a lot of methods, so you need to search. Yeah, so you have create asset primitives that will allow you to use primitives directly in your project. And we also have create asset model that will help you to import the model into your game. Or also texture if you need to use textures or sprites in your project. So we use create asset texture, and we will give it a name. So we will start with what should we start with? We'll start by creating the platforms. So we will call it platform. No, since it's the asset, it will be used by many methods, so it shouldn't be an object name. It should be more, well, a file name, for example, but without the format. And here we will use our file name, which is tileset.png. And now we can test. We can also enable the auto preview, which will automatically refresh the preview without activating that manually. So at every edit, it will be refreshed. And so to save what you already created or your blocks, use Control and the S button together. You can see that logs refreshed. We can also see the code that has been generated from the Visual Script editor. And as you can see, we have nothing since we have created the asset reference that will be used in the following blocks, but we didn't create the object that will actually use the texture. So we will do that now. And so we will create a sprite. But this sprite will be specific. It will be a tile map since we have a tile set. I will open it so you can see what it looks like. So that's a sample tileset that we will use to create our platforms. So as you can see, we have 6 rows and 3 columns, and we will tell that to Gen 7, so it will create accordingly the tileset. And each tile does 100 approximately pixels. We will take the exact number, which is a power of 2. So I have skipped all the blocks creation recording since it took quite some time, and so I have created a coins variable, which will store how much coins we have collected. And we are interacting with this variable thanks to this block, which adds 1 to the coins variable each time we touch a coin. We also have the score display, which we already did. We have basic control movement with is button right and is button left, which moves the character left and right. And we got to all the coin collection system, which use is object class to detect if we if we touch a coin or not. We use getList collision name, which returns if the last object we have touched, and we refresh the sprite font text that we are using to display the scroll. So let's play and check how it works. So we can move our character and collect the coin. As you can see, the text is refreshed, where there is a small bug since the sprite font I am using is not very well made. But we can see that the logic is here. So yeah, we have collected the 2 coins, and now we are falling since we have no platform. So that was our basic game. Yeah, I have forgot to say about add to collision list. Add to collision list allows you to add any object you want to an internal collision list that will be checked to verify if the player is colliding or not with the subjects. So you need to use add to collision list for every object you are creating and you want to see if the player collides with it or not. For example, we don't need to use that method for the background. And that's another project which is completely 3D. So with Gen 7 it's pretty simple. You just have to create your scene in Blender. So I have created my scene in Blender. You can put other objects you need. Just one thing that is specific to Gen 7 is that if you want to interact with the objects, you shouldn't use the object's name, but you should use the material name. For now, that's a limitation which I am working on. So I have created a basic scene with 2 coins, a ghost, which we will play with. It will be our player. And I also have created a colliders collection where we will have all our colliders, so we can make sure that our player doesn't go out from the room without going through the doors, for example. I will just enable the corridor so you can see what it looks like. So it's just cubes. You create many cubes for all the surroundings that you don't want your player to go in. And also you have to create colliders for the objects which you want to interact with. For example, there's coins. So I want our ghost to be able to collect the coins. So I create the cubes. And then you can just use the exporter. So that is the collider exporter, which will automatically detect other colliders that are in a colliders collection, and will export them so Gen 7 can directly import them and use them as colliders. Let's see that now how it works. I will play the script. And now I can just copy paste what is generated here with in a Python code block, since it's Python, and it automatically created all the code which is necessary to create the colliders. And now let's play. So to import the scene, I just have used create asset model with the obj file. The wavefront obj I have exported directly from Blender, and I have put in the assets folder. Just for reference, you need to use the settings: normals enabled, colors not, matters enabled, triangulated mesh, and the material groups. So, and also to limit only to selection. So you just have to select the scene object and not export visually the corridors, so we don't want, because we don't want to see the corridors. Let's go back. And as for the logic, we had the same logic than the 2D platformer and almost the same blocks. We have the same set collision controller. We have the same add to collision list. And just instead of using move sprite, we use move object with rotation scale and set object. Since we want our ghost to follow the cube, which is the player created here, we hide the cube because we don't want to see a cube. We want to see our player match, but we make sure that our player match always follow the cube, which actually have all the collision system on. As for the coin collection, we use the same system, is object class, so we check that the corridors we entered with has starts with the name coin, and then we use the get lost collision name to delete the object. So for example, we will enter in coin 1 and we have also coin 1 mesh, so it will delete the coin 1 and coin 1 mesh since both start with the object coin 1. That's why, for example, in Blender my collider is simply coin 1, so it will delete also the coin 1 mesh. So let's play. And now we can collect, so I have collected the first coin. I can make sure I can go out of the temple. And now I can take also another coin, and I also can go through the door since I don't have a collider here, as you can see. And I can collect also the second coin, and now I can go out, and there I am falling since my collider ends here. As you can see, this one is under the floor. I can also block the exit if I want, so I just use the scale. And now I can use the script. And with what it generated, I just passed it in the Python code block. And I save with Ctrl S. Make sure to always save, since if you don't save, it doesn't refresh, and when you will play the version which we have lastly saved, so not the current one. And now I can go out since I have my collider. Of course, you will be able to find all these projects on the Gen 7 Engine plugins repository. You have the link here, and you can use so the folder examples. I didn't push right now this project, but I will do it. And also, if you want, I have also pushed the source code of my game jam submission, which is the game Something is Going Wrong. It's a very short game, but you can discover several stuff. For example, you have a third-party controller, so you can have other trigonometry methods and everything that is defined around to move your player and to integrate it directly to your game without coding that port like a template. So yeah, that's the end of our tutorial. You can check the studio sources that may be very useful So you have the docs, where they are pretty basic for now, but I am each time adding some stuff to it. And you also have the repository for plugins and examples that I update too frequently, and you can download and directly add it to your installation. It's at the end of my presentation. I hope you enjoyed it, that also you want to use Gen 7 engine now for your projects. And I hope you will enjoy as much the other presentations that will be given on this PSP HDC. And also, if you have any questions, you can ask them in the Discord server, which I have linked on the docs repository. Here, so you to join the server and ask any questions you may have about Gen 7. And also feel free to donate if you would like on the Open Collective link, so it can help me continue to develop the engine, and also to maybe, for example, add more platforms, add the features you may like, and add more educational content, so more people know and know also more easily how to use the engine. Thank you very much, and see you next time.
Alright, well that was the presentation of Gen 7 Engine by INO, and make sure to check him out.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see how his Gen 7 engine has come along, because it's been in the works for a few years now.
Alright, I think, how about Stargo PSP goes for Ren Lua?
Yeah.
He's been waiting for a while now.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead
Yep.
and also screen share.
Yep. One second, please. Okay. There it is. Okay. I don't have much time, but I will try to explain as much as possible and answer your questions if there will any. Okay, my project is Ren Lua, interpreter for making and porting Ren Pi games to PSP. Make your own Ren Pi game for PSP or convert Ren Pi game from PC. This interpreter written on Ren Lua version 4. Okay, first of all, I would like to note that the interpreter is created in order to run RPU scripts with a minimum number of changes in them. With each update of Ren Lua, these changes in scripts will be less and less. At the moment, the interpreter is already able to work with the basic functions of RenPy. Output text, images, and work with sounds. In addition, many other functions are supported that were not implemented in Ren PSP by Lolbot. Image maps, IM functions, transitions, and much more. Let me remind you that many famous short stories have been written on RenPy. Katava Shoujo, Doki Doki Literature Club, Everlasting Summer, and much more. Okay, how it works. The interpreter works according to the following principle. It searches for all RPU scripts in the game folder, then loads and checks them in advance on labels, menu, ifs. After that, the interpreter jumps to the start label and starts interpreting the RenPy code. In order to interpret Python code, a fake Python library was created. to read Python statements in RPU scripts. Okay, two reading modes are available, Adventure and Novel. The difference lies in the location of the text, so in Adventure mode, a certain area is highlighted for the text from below, which allows you to enjoy the characters and backgrounds. Novel mode can be called a more bookish option, since the text can take up half or even the entire screen. Uh, there are plans to create a separate launcher for easy creation of RenPy novels on PSP. Accelerator system. As a result of test of some novels, I've noticed that the loading time of resources and their preparation take a lot of time. Therefore, a system was created that loads all the resources and, after preparing them, writes them to a separate accelerator file, which is loaded during the next loading of the game. The loading time of the game and the preparation of resources is reduced by 4 or 5 times. Okay, I'm thinking of moving Ren Lua to Stardust Celeste. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of Ren Lua, some functions are simply impossible to implement, which is why I'm thinking of moving the project to Stardust Celeste. At the moment, it is impossible to implement the playback of video files, masks, and unfortunately some other equally important functions of RenPy. Why was Ren Lua moved to Ren Lua? Initially, Ren Lua used the Phoenix game engine. Unfortunately, the Phoenix game engine gave only 12 megabytes of RAM to use. In addition to all this, the interpreter's performance was very low, which caused the interpreter to work very slowly. I was constantly looking for a more optimized and suitable engine for the interpreter. As a result, Ren Lua version 4 was chosen because it allocated more than 40 megabytes to work and worked much faster than PGE. Moreover, thanks to Ren Lua, the interpreter learned how to work with the color gamut of the images, which made it possible to create new IM functions. Moreover, it made it possible to work with both Latin and Cyrillic at the same time, because of PGE fonts. When will it be released? At the moment, the interpreter release 1.0.1 is scheduled for 9 p.m. GMT. Along with the release of the interpreter, several visual novels will be attached, showing the work of the interpreter. These novels are The Question, Siren Head Dating Simulator, and Everlasting Summer. An empty Empire project will also be attached so that everyone can create their own visual novels and share them to the PSP community. Okay, conclusion. At the moment, you can output text, images, perform some image manipulation, play sounds, and even create your own mini-game inside the novel using ImageMap function. Therefore, I hope that this interpreter will be actively used in the PSP Homebrew community, and the list of the visual novels on the PSP will be constantly expanding. That's it. I will leave a link to the release in the Dev Conference channel. Okay, any questions? And please redirect all questions to the conference channel in the Discord with the ping. I'm not very good at speaking English.
Yeah, no problem. You might not want to leave the link in the Dev Conference channel because that is a private channel, not a public-facing channel. So you might want to put that in the normal conference channel.
I will leave it to GitHub too.
Okay.
Yes, leave it in the public conference channel, just to be sure.
Yeah. Yeah, and then we'll have people ask the questions on the Discord so you can answer them there.
Yes, sounds good. It's nice to have a shorter presentation.
All right.
All right. So what's next?
Let's check. So I don't think Regen has submitted the file yet. So I have Stardust Celeste, yeah, probably.
Okay.
And then let's get Easy RPG right after this then too. Alright, Stardust Celeste. Let's go. Yeah, so Stardust Celeste, it's been in work for about a year. And we actually just pushed the version 0.6 release of Stardust Celeste today. It's available at the GitHub link, Stardust Celeste. And I probably should have put that in the channel, but I'll deal with that in a second. This current release includes a C++ API, so you're able to make applications using C++. And it also includes a Lua interpreter. The Lua interpreter is pretty new, so it's probably pretty prone to bugs. And the version 0.6 series of rolling releases will contain bug fixes as discovered. Within the next week or so, I intend to create the visual editor for Lua, and you'll have a way of doing visual scripting in Stardust Celeste. Current usage in projects, Stardust Celeste has been extensively used in the CrossCraft project. Stardust Celeste is being adopted as well for the upcoming Animal Crossing Recreation, and was used multiple times in the Restart 2022 PSP Game Jam for the title Founder of Nations, which I created, and Medieval Tactics, which was made by PS1, who is also continuing his game and also contributing to Stardust Engine. So shout out to him. So far, the C++ API. The C++ API is annotated with Javadoc-style comments. It can be included as a Git submodule using CMake. Stardust already includes a minimal sample in the example folder of how you set it up with CMake. And this also includes usage for the platforms you desire. So you can set up using the CMake for the PSP, for the PS Vita, the 3DS, and then Windows and Linux/Mac. The C++ API contains two separate libraries, which is the Stardust Core library and the Stardust Entry library. The Core, obviously, is the main library, so that includes everything from the graphics interface layer, which is called GI. It also contains all of the submodules of Stardust itself, so utilities, rendering, graphics functionality, input functionality, audio, and a lot more. It relies on quite a few dependencies, which are all included, except for SDL, I believe. I don't believe we have SDL in as one of the submodules. You do need to have installed from your local package manager. The other library here is the Entry library, which allows automatic configuration on launch and allows the user to specify their application layout with the Create New SC App function. So basically, you forego having an actual C++ main function. Stardust actually just sets up the engine for you, and you just have to create a game structure. And by using that game structure, you can actually implement all of the logic that you need for your game. The C++ API is also the most flexible option to use for game development. The Lua API. The Lua API is ran via the Stardust Celeste interpreter, which is provided as a binary in the release. This will call into a file called script.lua. Currently, you can't change the configuration of that, but it would be a feature in the future for the Stardust Celeste interpreter to take in different options. So you could run, for example, in headless mode. You could specify what graphics API you want to use, whether it's OpenGL, Vulkan, DirectX on PC and whatnot. This will then call into the script.lua file, and it runs it top-down first, so everything that's outside of a function gets run first, and then it will call into the onUpdate and onDraw functions per each frame and update cycle. This will be used in order to go ahead and actually implement your game, so you would want to put everything in the onUpdate and onDraw functions. The Lua API does call into the C++ API via the Lua bindings, and vice versa. You can also take the C++ API and call into it into Lua by using a Lua script object, which is found in the Stardust Celeste scripting module. Lua scripting support will be expanded in the future, but currently you can call any arbitrary Lua function that you want, alongside of the onUpdate and onDraw methods, and run the top-down, once again, from the Lua API script. So, platforms. Stardust Celeste currently supports Windows, Mac, Linux, PSP, PS Vita, and 3DS. The Lua interpreter has been verified to work on Windows, Linux, and PSP, although that does not mean they are without any bugs. On desktop platforms, it supports OpenGL by default and Vulkan 1.3 if enabled. Currently, the Lua interpreter is only in OpenGL mode. There is partial DirectX 11 support, which is not in use for the version 0.6 release, but will be implemented in the version 0.7 release. Planned near-time platform additions will be Nintendo Switch, PS2, and Android. The PS3, Wii, and Xbox are also considered as platforms that would likely be implemented before the version 1.0 release. So now I get to talk about some technical stuff. So I'm creating a branch. It's an optimization branch, and it'll be called Double Time. Double Time implements a pretty frequent pattern that is used by a lot of game engines, where you will have two separate threads. Double Time intends to thread or parallelize the update draw loop. So currently, the update draw loop works as follows. When you start the game, you perform, after initializations and everything, you perform the game update function, and then after the game update, you begin the drawing. Once you have finished with the drawing, you submit all the commands to the GPU, and then you wait for the drawing to finish and start the next update. This, however, has multiple problems, especially on platforms with higher scalability, so threading support, and asynchronous support, which the PSP actually does have, and I'll explain that shortly. So if we consider the PSP, we have a function that can query whether or not a frame has been drawn. While it is not drawn, we can actually delay and defer to another thread, and with the way that the PSP threading model works, is that we're able to go ahead and defer to whatever thread is available, and then that thread will eventually then defer back to our current thread. So we can go ahead, delay, and defer to another thread, which will be the update thread, which will run during this time. This allows us to actually do useful work while we're waiting for the GPU to update and render the last frame onto the actual screen itself. And one of these big things that can be improved here will be the audio, because audio takes a lot of time on the PSP out of our current existing render loop, and it can severely affect frame times when it comes to having a lot of audio going on during a scene. And now let's consider the multi-threaded platforms, which are the PC, the Vita, and the 3DS. There's no reason why we can't just run update and draw on separate threads, and we can actually set the rate of updates and draws. So for example, we could have an uncapped frame rate without necessarily having an uncapped update rate. So you could always have consistent monotonic updates happening at a very specific amount or interval of time, and then you can then have a dedicated thread for rendering, which will help you improve the FPS of the game while reducing the amount of CPU usage, because oftentimes a lot of the updates don't necessarily need to happen per every single frame. This will also fix a lot of bugs that can happen when update gets called too often, such as if you have a floating point and you have a very high FPS number, sometimes the delta time truncates to 0 or tends very closely to 0 in floating point representation, which can create some really unexpected results where if, for example, you have something divided by delta time, or even multiplied by delta time, you end up having something that either doesn't work or spikes off to infinity and also doesn't work. So that is one of the considerations there. Double time will be available as an optional mode to be selected in version 0.7. This will allow users to determine whether or not they want their applications to run in single or multi-threaded mode, and it should ideally bolster performances on platforms like the PSP and PS Vita, where this can be taken advantage of. However, there are several caveats, which is that rendering commands can no longer be issued from the update thread, so that is one of the things that needs to be separated. If you're familiar with the C# library OpenTK, they have a very similar approach to this, where basically you can't issue any rendering commands from the update thread. And variables should be updated solely in one thread or the other, and if they are mixed, this could result in a multitude of issues, including data races and race conditions, and you require some sort of synchronization there, such as locking. So there are still issues that will need to be taken a look at for this. For planned future releases, we have version 0.7, which is probably going to release at some point this year, which will include DirectX 11 support, enhanced 3DS support, PS2, Switch, and Android support are planned. This may not be all of them at the same time, but it will probably happen with, they will be during the same release cycle. We're intending to add a scene management system or an entity component system to help out with some of the game creation. And we would like to have double time implemented and the complete visual Lua editor done by this point too. So, questions? Also, let me get that GitHub link real quick.
I suppose I do have one question. You're mentioning the platforms, and I'm going to return pretty much the same question I asked in an earlier presentation. What's the rationale for the platforms you have chosen, and what platforms might you consider in the future?
Right, so the rationale for the platforms is that we want to actually get to as many platforms as possible, and this, so the previous answer I gave was during the CrossCraft presentation. We were talking about some other platforms. I do think that if available, we would like to move into other platforms like Dreamcast and things that might not necessarily support CrossCraft, but could be supported by Stardust in general. So currently, I already detailed the platforms that we've supported back here. So Nintendo Switch, PS2, and Android. PS3, Wii, and Xbox were other considerations that we were making. I guess we can add to this and also talk about GameCube. Could be one of the ones that we would add here. So GameCube, and then PS4, and up from there, basically.
Okay, sure. Thank you.
Right, and then I also want to make sure that this is the link here. Oh, it does not show on Discord stream, does it?
Not really.
1 second. It does show on the actual stream. There we go. This is the current Stardust Celeste is on github.com/Iridescence Technology Stardust Celeste. I've seen people who are starring the old project, which is Stardust Engine. So it is called Stardust Celeste now, and it is on a slightly different place to find. I do have to update this README real quick. The version 0.6 initial release is out here, and it has the interpreter for Linux, PSP, Windows. Inside of each of these interpreter files, if I go ahead and reopen it, for example, it also includes the .a library files for the Stardust Celeste and Stardust Celeste entries, and the include directory is going to be, you can use this include from the actual engine itself. And if I remember correctly, for the example code, what I was talking about earlier about the create new SC app, you have basically this is what a main.c++ file would look like. So you actually define a game state and a game application. The game application creates the state and pushes it to the current application state. And everything inside the game state is what actually runs. So you have on update, draw, start, and cleanup. Start and cleanup run at the beginning and end of the application, and on update and draw run every frame. And then for here, create new SC app, just returns a new instance of the game application. And you also have this thing called the application config. The application config structure is used by the platform layer to initialize the actual game engine, and then you can return it. So if we go to include is it platform? No, it's a core platform layer. There are the settings for the application, which currently is headless, which has no graphical UI, so it doesn't create a window, doesn't create graphics context. And then you have render context settings for the render itself, and whether or not networking is enabled. And I think that's that for that part that I didn't mention. Will it make use of the second MIPS processor on the PSP, asks Hardhat PSP. Yes, the ME is planned to actually have an integration to Stardust Celeste, but there would have to be a way of making sure that it gets blocked out, that code path at least gets blocked off for other platforms that obviously don't have the ME. Any other questions?
Oh, I have a question. Will your Lua API be somewhat similar to the existing Ren Lua of Phoenix Game Engine, or is it something completely different?
It is more different than those two than it is similar.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Yeah. Okay. All right. That'll be that for now. Let's go with the next presentation for would be Easy RPG by Josh Jenny.
All right, can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yep.
we can.
Volume good?
Yes.
All right, let's go ahead and get started then. Oh, let me go ahead and turn on my video. All right, thanks guys for jumping into this conference. I know a lot of you guys have been working really hard on your projects, and so being able to communicate with you guys and say, keep up the good work is really important. So, my name is Joshua Jenny. I'm one of the computer programmers, and I get to enjoy doing PSP programming for fun as a hobby. My wife and I we host a website called jennygames.com, and you can find us on jennygames.itch.io, and we've already put out 2 for the game jams. 2 of them are for the 2020 PSP Halloween game jam called Reformation Day. We've also pushed out a second game recently for the PSP Restart 2022 called Kiki Must Escape, and we're using the Easy RPG engine. We wanted to do a game engine that would allow us to focus on sound effects and music because for us, we saw that many of the community's designs had like impressive visuals and clever gameplay, but didn't have a lot of the good audio, the music, the sound effects, the things that really gave like the soul of the game. We had some basic stuff, but a lot of people had to go into some pretty rough stuff to make that happen. APIs, programming, which as a programmer you have to do. But for somebody coming in, most of us, we're looking at like doing game development that looks like this. You're like, oh, I got a game, I want to put it on my console. But when they start looking at this and they realize there's a lot of stuff involved, they're looking at this. Oh, I don't want to touch that. All those APIs, all that programming. How do I even start? But sometimes you just have to get that inspiration. So it might have been pretty quiet, but there's a chime when you turn it on. And I think a lot of the folks out there kind of experience that. They want to get into programming, they want to do this game, but they're afraid that they're not going to be able to do this because it's complicated. And I think if they can tackle it through something that's easier, through the sound and the music, and I think it would give them a chance to really fly and give that self-motivation to see their project come to fruition and actually build something. So that's why we chose the Easy RPG engine for our Kiki Must Escape. We wanted something that would be easier for us to actually try to make it easier to get the audio into the game, because our previous game engine, we wrote up the game engine and the game materials all in the same week, which was pretty intense. And you don't have to do that. Usually you have the whole month to do it. I wanted to do it because I like tight deadlines, I like stressing myself out, I like working in boxes. And so for me, doing something like that was kind of fun. Anyway, that was hard. Not going to do that again. Use the whole month to build an engine or select an engine. Use that week on the game jam to actually make the game content itself. Figure out what the game is going to be and how you're going to do it. So with the Easy RPG, we selected this one because we figured it'd be much easier to get the audio in there, get the sound, the music, and focus on the game creativity. We've learned a lot of stuff using this engine. First, it hadn't been touched. Probably since 2012 for the last successful build. There were some other ones that were built later on, 2014, but there were some problems trying to run that on modern PSPs, especially the ones that use the version 6 and above, for some reason, some of the older builds are designed to look for audio plugins that are like in the 2.60 category, and if you don't have them, they crash, and they don't tell you, because, debugging on a PSP can be rough. So anyway, so we want to do something that gave us a chance to do something. And so if it meant using an older build, it's like, okay, let's see what we can do. We found that this particular build we're using called Easy RPG R1228 was the one that was considered stable and that could be used by the community. It's not a complete build. There's some features that are missing, but I want to try to do it. So we ended up creating something like this. Something that actually was functional, something that we could try to debug and figure out what things were working, what things were not working, and try to plug it in. And so we have something that, actually does run on like these PSPs. So for us trying to create a game where we can actually say, hey, we want to, put the music and the sound effects, can be done. So we got a chance to put in some music that we created ourselves and put into the game. Same thing with sound effects. And it really does add to that whole experience. And so for a lot of the gamers, they're looking for something like this. And for the programmers, they also want something like this. Something that will spur them forward and get them excited. So we wanted to go ahead and communicate that to our community out there, that they've got something like this that's out there that they can build. Now, they're not going to be able to drop in some of their favorite RPG Maker titles in here because it's not complete. And the current the current source files that are available are through a vendor called Take Cheese. Take Cheese, you can find his stuff on GitHub, and you can find it through his Easy RPG. And the source code does not currently build without making some changes in the source code. You have to change some of the timestamp requests from their RPG class over to timestamps class. And I'm still trying to work through getting the GTK2 set up so it can be used from the older systems of like Ubuntu over to the newer ones. But it's getting close to being finished. So we'll have something in the future that we can actually not only build from Take Cheese source code, but then make corrections so they can work for modern PSP custom firmware systems and engines. So for us, it's kind of exciting because we want to take what we've developed here and encourage others to do something similar. We could take some source code, build upon it, take some of the features that have already been developed by those in the Vita and plug it in. Now, obviously, there's some caveats that about the processor for a PSP. It's not a lot of horsepower behind there, so you have to work, be tidy and being efficient with your code. So that means technically it has MIDI through to MIDI, but you're better off using an MP3. Let it run through a stream. Sound effects, you can run those through WAV files, MP3s as well. The engine is designed to do a rapid fire of trying to figure out what file is available. So it'll check WAV files, MIDIs, MP3s for the file name, and even though in your source engine you'll specify a specific type, it's going to just wide shot scatter, figure out which one does pick up on the file system, and then play that file. So it's okay. It could be better. We found that creating something that was going to be glitch to meet that theme for the game jam here was going to be fun, and it does switch tile sets. So if you're in a room or in a world and you want to swap them out, those features work. So not all the features are available, like certain rotations for the character, being able to turn on things on and off. We found that running not only the Windows editor to help get the process started, testing in the PPSSPPs, and then testing on real hardware really does help. So for us, running this back and forth between the Windows builder, testing it there, and then turning around and doing the testing in the PPSSPPs was a good way to figure out what feature sets were available and not working yet. So that needs to be listed and indexed, and I think that after we get a updated build, we can work on the reader part of the code for the Easy RPG engine. I know I'm not associated with it at all, but I'm a huge fan of it, and I love doing RPGs because it gives us a chance to see like the young kids get involved in stuff like this and say, "Oh, look, I made a game and it's running on a console," and that's a lot of fun for the kids, the teenagers, the adults, and want to encourage that so that motivation behind it is there and gives them a chance to go into the deep end of, okay, how do we make this work with programming? How do I use an existing engine? How do I add libraries that will give me that sound and stuff? So I would encourage our community to help with figuring out ways to make it easier for the new kids on the block to learn how to add in code to do sound effects and music a little bit easier. there are libraries out there that helps, but if we can find out ways to make it easier for them, like the tutorials, the videos, the things that will help them to be able to use this would be, strongly encouraging, because then you can come up with a good game that is impressive visually. You can come up with something that has a great, clever game mechanic and something that has a good audio and sound. So, again, I want to leave you guys with the secret to success is to have the meaning to your success. Yeah. The secret of success is to have a meaning to your purpose. So, anyway, I'm open for some questions.
All right.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let's see if we have any questions.
Yeah, we'll take a moment for the stream to catch up. So
Yeah, there's about 30 seconds in the delay, so don't be worried about the slight delay in the questions coming in. Was the question about the second MIPS processor? I'm seeing the question in the stream chat here. Will it make use of the second MIPS processor? That might have been for the last project, but
I answered it as well for the last one.
oh, okay, sure. Yeah, nothing so far. I don't see anyway. But I think the stream's only just caught up, so we're fine.
Yeah, they just caught up, so they're probably diving. One question I guess I have is, how easy is it to make an easy RPG game?
The ease for creating an RPG Maker game is actually very easy. You can actually dump the files you create from the Windows. Like if you have a Steam license for RPG Maker 2003, you can take those files, plug them into this, and it'll run it. The hard part is figuring out what implementations have been put in place yet or are being skipped. Sometimes they'll block a particular script that you've created in the game because one of the features have not yet been implemented, and so it won't run that particular block of code. So it's good to test it to see which features will work one at a time and then implement it. That's why we're able to find out if pictures loading on the screen was going to work, being able to figure out character movements, rotations, random paths, the whole list.
Nice. All right, so I can't read this name. I'm sorry, but it says thank you. It was an awesome presentation. Trent says the program looks great. Luigi says thanks also for good information. Toto says it's very interesting, and Trent says again, I feel like there are a lot of potential questions, but we would have to play around with the program a little bit more to come up with more specific questions. I guess another question is, do you have a link to Easy RPG or something that you could post in Discord, for example? The implementation that you used specifically.
Well, the implementation that was used is mainly through the Easy RPG, which was revision 1.12.28. You can find that in archive.org.
Okay.
You could do Google keyword searches and you'll find it that way.
All right. Well, it looks like we don't have any more questions. Thank you for presenting, though.
You're very welcome. It was a pleasure to be here. And keep up the good work, guys.
Yeah, you too.
All right. So does that mean we're on to our next presentation?
Yeah. So I think we have Ren PGE, and we still haven't heard anything from Regen, so we're not sure if he's showing up at this point.
At this point, I think it's going to be, well, I'm not expecting them to show up.
Yeah. All right. That's fine. I will go ahead and roll the Ren PGE video in 1 moment.
Sure.
Hola amigos.
Oui, Juliet.
Nope. Alright, let's go ahead and get started.
Hola amigos.
We, Woolio team, are glad to welcome you today. Nowadays, visual novels are a fairly popular genre of the video game industry. The most popular representatives are When They Cry, Doki Doki Literature Club, Lucy, The Eternity She Wished For, and the Russian one, Everlasting Summer, Tiny Bunny, Love, Money, Rock and Roll. However, passing the novel on PC is not always convenient or affordable. In such cases, the situation is saved by portable platforms. Smartphones, Nintendo Switch are among the current ones. PS Vita and PSP are among the remaining ones. And precisely because of the absence of most titles on the latter, our team decided to do the already existing developments on transferring Ren to the PlayStation Portable. So, what is Ren PGE? Ren PGE is a Ren code interpreter for Lua, written based on the Phoenix game engine 0.01. Why not PGE 0.02 or 1 Lua 4R1? Experimentally, it was revealed that the second version of PGE has big problems with allocated RAM, and 1 Lua sometimes freezes when it cleans up free RAM. Thus, PGE 0.01 is the most stable option available. The next point is why you should choose Ren PGE instead of Ren Lua or Ren PSP. 1. Stable operation. 2. No bugs. 3. No crashes compared to 1 Lua. 4. Maximum proximity to the original in terms of function names and their operations. 5. A simple and visual guide for the little ones. In other words, even without any programming experience, having studied the basics with Julia, a guide built into the engine, you will get a sufficient base to create a portal novel. Ren PGE was based on the developments of Sergo Devs. We are very grateful to him for the basis of our project and a clear example of the expression, if you want to do well, do it yourself. Since the author switched to 1 Lua, we felt that we could take on an abandoned project. Let's take a look at the intermediate result of our work. We will touch basic functions of Ren like show, scene, play, etc. only superficially in a block of small fixes, because there is nothing particularly interesting about them. Today, I would like to highlight the complex functions that have been added to a simple system for displaying images, text and music. So the first thing you can immediately pay attention to is history, or the function of returning to already read lines. 2 modes have been implemented, line by line and the return to a specific line. Let's focus on the latter in a little more detail. Initially, the display of fast lines is made quite primitive, so all of the red lines displayed on the screen, going out of the screen. After some cosmetic manipulations, the display is, firstly, limited to the last 14 lines, and secondly, by the character limit. Inextricably linked with the theme of history is the theme of sprites, the sprite system, based on the sprite ID. Let's take an example from the Everlasting Summer. The DV in the name, DV Smile Pioneer, is the sprite ID. This way, all sprites with this ID are attributed to the character, Alisa Wojciechowska. So, initially, Ren PGE reads all the files with character sprites. For this, the name should contain the word sprites, takes from there the ID of all the characters entered and writes them to an array. Then, when saving, for example, it checks which sprites are on screen through the pairs loop, and the result is written to the save file. In case of history, through the same pairs, the recorded sprite is compared to the one that is currently displayed. If the sprite is the same and just changed its location, it will return to the previous point. This works even if you move the sprite through linear, a function for moving sprites across the screen. The next thing I would like to highlight is the mods DLC system. This function is implemented as close as possible to the original Ren. Let's say you have released DLC for your novel. If it's just a text file using the same resources as in the game, the player will just have to put the file in the scenario folder. If there are new resources, the DLC folder should be placed in the mods folder and in one of the RPY files, adds a special line, except the scenario. Ren PGE will read the files and DLC will appear in the DLC menu in the main menu. All processes are automated and work stably. Let's see the mod system working process. We will add an Everlasting Summers mod called Samantha. As you can see, there's no mods in the folder and the DLC list also. So we just move the Samantha folder into the mods folder. Run the game and we can see it read its files. Great, it's over. So let's go to the DLC list. And as you can see, here's the new line. And if we press the cross button, the mod starts and works well. Also, the save load menu has undergone many changes. If earlier it did not work in principle, leading to the console shutdown, now the work is quite stable. Thumbnails and backgrounds appear in the field cells along with the chapter title and the save date. Since the Everlasting Summer was taken as the final goal, a map functionality was also added to the engine. The functions set zone, disable current zone, reset zone, and disable all zones work in the same way as in the original. In the end, we will touch on the topic of minor fixes, i.e. corrections of already existing functions for their more correct operation, or small functions that do not reach a separate block. The show function has been fixed. The ability to display two sprites of the same character simultaneously via as has been added. The bug of displaying at incorrect coordinates is the presence of at or with in the sprite name has been fixed. Also, changing the display sprite with a new one looks smoother. There is no blinking. Fix the function that gets the name of the effect if it is on a new line in files other than scenario RPI. H-punch and V-punch functions for text are fully implemented, as well as ease-out effects. For the guides, voice acting was specifically recorded in two languages, Russian and English. In conclusion, I would like to say that this is not the final version of the engine. Development is actively underway, and no faulting is expected in the near future. Follow our updates. They are infrequent but informative. Thank you for your attention.
All right. I think the chat enjoyed that one.
Wow.
Well,
That
that was
was
a
neat.
presentation.
Big dub for the voice actress, Masterman was saying.
Ah.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that concludes our PSP HTC 2023. Do you have anything to say?
Well, I'll give them a second to see if there's any questions here, but I don't think there's any questions left. Well, I'll give it a second before I say anything anyway. But I love that presentation.
Yeah, it was really good.
It's nice to see a presentation that's
Not
what's
too
the word?
serious.
It's more lighthearted. Yeah. It's fun.
It was a really smooth informational flow
Mm.
that just
Not
went
too
through my
long either.
mind. It
Yeah.
was really great. I loved it.
Okay, well, it doesn't look like there's any questions, so I would just like to say, as with every year, thank you to everyone who tuned into this conference, the developers that took part in it, as well as the viewers. It really wouldn't be the same scene without any of you. I think if the support wasn't there, we wouldn't be able to host events as amazing as this. And if the developers weren't there to put in the work, well, we wouldn't have the same scene either. So all I have to say is thank you very much to everyone who participated this year.
Woohoo!
I
Yeah,
guess
let's
that's
go PSP.
Is that it?
Yeah, I think so. All right. Well.
Okay.
We need a
goodbye
sound
to you.
effect.
Yeah.
Little soundboard.
Soundboard. Whee! Let's go. We did this.